Chapter 3789. This was because they also felt this vast and horrifying pressure. At this moment, they all cursed the half-moon immortal lord in their hearts. It was extremely difficult for the heavenly Tao to materialize an incarnation. Even when an enemy invaded, it would not materialize an incarnation. It would use some roundabout methods to attack the enemy. For example, the primal chaos divine lightning from the sky or the world-destroying demonic fire would not materialize directly. However, because of the half-moon immortal lord, the incarnation of the martial epic's heavenly Tao was forced out. This was the most horrifying thing. The incarnation of the current epic's heavenly Tao was at least equivalent to a ruler expert. Once such a horrifying expert materialized, how horrifying would its destructive power be? It was one thing for the half-moon immortal lord to trap the martial epic's heavenly Tao. Now he actually let it out. The consequences were simply unimaginable. However, they had already forgotten that when the half-moon immortal lord sealed off the martial epic's heavenly Tao, they had cheered him on. However, if the war went badly for them, then the half-moon immortal lord's actions back then would hasten their deaths. The eruption of the martial epic's heavenly Tao was a horrifying thing. Half-step rulers could be said to be the peak of their respective epics. However, rulers were great existences that surpassed their epics. None of them could be compared to any one of them. Oh no! Quickly flee! No one knew who shouted it, but all the half-step rulers decided to flee. As for the armies sent by their eras, they didn't care about them at all. Now, they couldn't even care about themselves. Compared to this army, protecting themselves was more important. Furthermore, they did not even intend to fight the martial epic's heavenly Tao, as they knew that the gap had nothing to do with numbers. It was not something that could be made up for with numbers. Humph! The martial epic's heavenly Tao only snorted coldly. Immediately, the fleeing half-step rulers felt the surrounding space lock down. Only then did they feel incredibly horrified, a chill running down their backs. A regular ruler expert was already horrifying enough. Furthermore, this was a ruler materialized by the martial epic's heavenly Tao. Because he was a manifestation of this era's heavenly Tao, it could be said that he was truly proficient in the various laws of the world. Even the laws of time, space, and primal chaos, which few people knew, were at his fingertips. If they were forced to this extent, even a normal ruler rank expert might not be their match. Now, the martial epic's heavenly Tao merely snorted coldly and completely sealed off space, forming a horrifying spatial barrier. Even existences of their level could not charge out. After paying attention to these half-step sovereigns, the martial epic's heavenly Tao attacked in rage. This rage was not his own, but the rage of the countless life forms of the martial epic, punishing them through the heavenly Tao. When the martial epic's heavenly Tao casually threw a palm strike, it was the creation universe palm. This universe creation palm seemed to have flipped the entire heaven and earth upside down. In an instant, all the energy of the heaven and earth came crashing down. The entire primal chaos was boiling, and even the 10 god cities were silenced. In the face of this terrifying power, the entire world fell silent. Fight it out with him. Since their path of retreat was cut off, these half-step sovereigns unleashed their full strength. Immediately, several horrifying auras burst out, shaking the entire primal chaos. The experts of the 10 god cities were all stunned. What kind of horrifying existence was this? Just one of them was enough to turn the 10 god cities upside down. Furthermore, there were so many of them. What was even more horrifying was the injured youth who just appeared. He was simply horrifying. With a casual palm strike, it felt like he could smash the sky down. They had never seen such a terrifying existence before. Even those half-step sovereigns who made them feel despair couldn't muster the slightest will to resist when facing this young man. In the end, they were forced into a dead end. Only then did they give it their all. What kind of existence was this? Was this the battle that would truly destroy the martial epic? However, that youth had an extremely familiar aura, giving them a sense of closeness. That was why they were not so afraid. Bang! 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 Those half-step sovereigns instantly erupted. Their attacks condensed in midair and turned into a horrifying attack that blasted towards the martial epic's, Heavenly Tao's universe creation palm. But it was all useless. It was just a simple suppression, and it had completely broken through their attacks. Then the universe creation palm directly landed on their bodies. Puff! 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 These half-step sovereigns, who were powerful enough to shake an epic, all vomited a mouthful of blood. Their bodies were like kites with broken strings, sent flying hundreds of millions of miles away. In an instant, those half-step sovereigns were all defeated. This scene shocked everyone, including Yi Shiwen, who was looking at the epic battlefield with his heavenly eye. Originally, with his eyesight, he could not see this far, but after his breakthrough, his strength had increased several times. Naturally, he could barely see the entire epic battlefield. Although it was a little difficult, he still managed to see that shocking scene. This had completely overturned his understanding. Although he knew that ruler-level experts were very strong, even someone like the heavenless devil monarch had been heavily injured by the fortune heavenly monarch in a single move. He had fled without a trace. However, he still didn't know how strong a sovereign was. Now, however, he completely understood how terrifying a sovereign was. Half-step sovereigns were not a match for them. They were people who had truly transcended the epic. Even in an epic, there might not be one as strong as them. Now, so many peak half-step sovereigns could not fight back against the martial epic's Heavenly Tao. They were severely injured in one move. No wonder the half-moon immortal lord tried so hard to find an opportunity to break through to the sovereign level. Half-step sovereigns and sovereigns were two completely different things. Only by becoming a sovereign could one truly be unrivaled in the world. Half-step sovereigns could only sweep through the world when sovereigns were not around. There was still a gap between them. Run! One of the half-step sovereigns roared. This time they understood that even if they worked together, it was pointless before the martial epic's Heavenly Tao. They brought out their final auras, took out their final trump cards, and burned their life force. They did their best to break through the spatial barrier formed by the martial epic's Heavenly Tao. Even though the spatial barrier formed by the martial epic's Heavenly Tao would expand, it started to crumble before these half-step sovereigns' reckless attempts to break through. However, the martial epic's Heavenly Tao was neither fast nor slow. He punched out, and a huge 6 paths will appeared behind him. This punch was none other than the 6 paths reincarnation fist. The 6 paths reincarnation fist turned into the power of the 6 paths reincarnation fist and formed a powerful current that instantly landed on one of the half-step sovereigns. That half-step sovereign realm expert let out a blood-curdling scream. His body was blasted into dust. He couldn't block the attack at all. In an instant he was killed. Even his primordial spirit and body turned into nothingness. This scene was incredibly horrifying. This was especially so for those half-step sovereigns. It was like a death sentence. One by one, they began to burn their own life force in an attempt to escape. Rumble! Just at this moment, the martial epic's Heavenly Tao chopped down with a simple sword. It was much more terrifying than any sacred sword. A half-step sovereign realm expert let out another blood-curdling scream, and his entire body exploded, turning into nothingness. Another half-step sovereign fell. This scene was simply too horrifying. That martial epic's Heavenly Tao moved around like this, like it was taking a stroll in its own backyard. It casually killed half-step sovereigns like it was slaughtering chickens or dogs. It was so simple that it was terrifying. This was simply too horrifying. As for those half-step sovereigns, they were all aloof existences. At this moment, they did not even have any thoughts of putting their lives on the line. All of them frantically attacked the spatial barrier, trying to escape. As for who the martial epic's heavenly Tao found, that was purely their misfortune. Others might even think of getting lucky, using the deaths of others to delay the martial epic's heavenly Tao. Even if it was just for a few seconds, it would be very important to them. Boom! Another half-step sovereign realm expert was blasted to death. This simple method killed 4 half-step sovereigns in a row. The remaining 2 half-step sovereigns were so frightened that they finally burned their life essence dry. Then a hole appeared in the spatial barrier, and the 2 fled the epic battlefield at a startling speed. Even the martial epic's heavenly Tao could not catch up. Although the martial epic's heavenly Tao was horrifying, it had a huge limitation. It could only move around within the martial epic's boundaries. Once it went beyond that boundary, it could not do anything. Hence, compared to a true sovereign, the martial epic's heavenly Tao was only comparable in strength. In reality, there was still a huge gap. This was also why these half-step sovereigns would rather not fight back than try to break the spatial barrier. If it were a true sovereign, even if they managed to break the spatial barrier, they would not be able to escape. However, when facing the martial epic's heavenly Tao, there was a chance of survival. This place was already at the periphery of the martial epic's heavenly Tao's boundaries, so there was still a chance of survival. Even so, after killing 4 half-step sovereigns and forcing 2 half-step sovereigns to flee miserably in a short time, the strength of the martial epic's heavenly Tao still shocked everyone. Chapter 3790. Perhaps the martial epic's heavenly Tao had various restrictions, but its strength after materialization still shocked everyone. Half-step sovereigns were not a match for it at all. The difference in strength was too great. If not for the half-moon immortal lord's ample preparations, trapping the martial epic's heavenly Tao, no matter how many of them came, it would have been useless. If the current heavenly Tao could be so easily encircled, then absolute heaven sage would not have been the only one to succeed since ancient times. The other successful cases had all required a ruler rank expert to take action. Only then would there be a chance of success. The heavenly Tao incarnation did not continue to chase after them. It only glanced at the world before suddenly dispersing. It did not continue to stay. It was already very difficult for the heavenly Tao to materialize in the first place. This time, the half-moon immortal lord used a special method to force it out. Otherwise, how could one kill the heavenly Tao in the vast world? That was something that was simply impossible to achieve. Victory! We won! Countless cheers came from the 10 divine cities. In this battle, it was not just the Fortune divine dynasty's territory. Even the 10 divine cities suffered heavy losses. Moon City was wiped out, all living things slaughtered. The new Moon City lord was executed on the spot, decapitated. The situation of the other 9 divine cities was not much better. Many layers of defensive barriers were broken, and people even killed their way into the cities. Armies of the ancient epic massacred the 10 divine cities, working together with the half-step sovereigns. Now, those half-step sovereigns were all dead. Although the remaining ancient epic armies were many, they could not break through the 9 divine cities, which still had a complete defense system. Furthermore, the half-step rulers of the ancient epics side had already been killed. However, the martial epic side still had Qin, an incredibly strong half-step ruler, on the epic battlefield. Under such circumstances, the ancient epic armies had no chance of victory. The trillions of ancient era armies that were attacking the 9 divine cities with all their might began to retreat frantically. Elites like them should be able to retreat in an orderly manner and wouldn't be affected even if they were attacked by a torrential storm. They wouldn't panic in the slightest. These were elites that had been trained for countless years in various eras. But now, after just one battle, they were scared out of their wits. All of their training, cultivation, and mental state were nothing compared to what they had just witnessed. In their epoch, the half-step sovereigns were all high and mighty, but they were killed just like that. It was as if they were slaughtering chickens and dogs. 6 half-step sovereigns had come with overbearing momentum, and they were practically invincible. But in the end, 4 died and 2 escaped with heavy injuries. This had completely toppled their worldview. Even a half-step ruler was injured while fleeing, let alone people like them. For a moment, the entire scene was extremely chaotic. Kill. Kill your way out. Take revenge for our dead comrades. Heaven City's city, Lord roared. The entire 9 divine cities turned out in full strength. Normally, they wouldn't have mobilized their entire army like this. They had to consider whether the other side had an ambush or not. But now they had nothing to fear. With Qin Zun supporting them from afar, all they had to do was to kill nonstop. There was no difficulty at all. The situation was completely one-sided. The Ancient Era's army was huge and unimaginably powerful, but they were being chased by the army of the 10 divine cities, who were far fewer in number, all the way into the depths of the primal chaos. War cries shook the entire primal chaos, startling countless epics. This was because not all the epics participated in the siege against the martial epic. Some did not have the strength to do so and did not want to participate, only wanting to drag out their days. Some were not interested, and some simply did not have the time to mobilize their armies. At this moment, they saw the ancient epic's allied army frantically fleeing in the primal chaos like stray dogs. They used all the means they could use to escape, but it was still not enough. Behind them, the allied forces of the 10 great divine cities were also crazily suppressing and chasing. Every minute and every second, there would be a terrifying massacre in the primal chaos. Blood flowed everywhere, and countless people were dying in the primal chaos. There was nothing more tragic than this. The ancient epic's allied army that had not participated in the battle used all sorts of methods to observe this scene. They were utterly dumbfounded. Were the ancient epic's allied army stupid? They were actually being chased by the 10 divine cities' allied army, which outnumbered them by far. Furthermore, they did not dare to resist. They were simply insane. As long as the ancient epic's allied army returned, it would be enough to annihilate the 10 divine cities' allied army. After all, the 10 divine cities' allied army was far fewer than the ancient epic's allied army. They could resist until now, largely because the 10 divine cities' defensive systems were strong enough. But if they fought head-on, they would not be a match for the ancient epic's allied army. However, they soon discovered that they were wrong. It wasn't that the ancient epic's allied army had gone crazy and were scared out of their wits. It was that the 10 divine cities' allied army was too terrifying. Soon, the ancient epic's allied army's top experts realized that they could not continue being chased like this. Several peak heavenly venerables immediately contacted each other, stopped, and organized a group of troops in an attempt to stop the 10 divine cities' allied army and buy enough time for the ancient epic's allied army. It seemed to be the right choice, but as soon as they stopped to organize the army, a green lotus appeared in the chaos without any warning and bloomed in front of everyone's eyes. But everyone was stunned. The green lotus that bloomed spat out countless sword chi. Every single sword chi seemed to have transformed into the silhouette of a supreme sword immortal, dancing gracefully. But every single sword chi was extremely dangerous. Uft, uft, uft. The peak experts who tried to organize the army and buy time for the ancient epic's allied army were directly slashed in the air. Their blood essence was also devoured by the green lotus. In an instant, all of them were killed, and the army that they had organized was also annihilated. When the ancient epic's allied army saw this scene, they immediately fled even faster. They did not dare to stay here for even a moment. If they stayed here, only death awaited them. They did not dare to stay. They did not believe that the 10 divine cities' allied army could kill everyone. Someone would definitely escape. After all, the 10 divine cities' allied army was too few in numbers. As for who would be the one to die, as long as it was not their own people, it was fine. The ancient epic's experts who did not make a move but were watching this scene, trembling. They felt an extreme chill. They all understood why the martial epic, which had a half-step ruler expert holding the line, did not make a move. They simply treated the ancient epic's allied army as practice targets. Although the ancient epic's allied army would suffer significant losses, the harvest would be greater. After this battle, the overall quality of the 10 divine cities' allied army would undoubtedly rise to a higher level. Although such a battle was cruel, it was also a process of getting rid of the weeds and retaining the gold. After getting rid of the useless, mediocre people, the remaining people were basically elites. Furthermore, their strength could increase several-fold. However, the ancient epic's allied army, which was used as practice targets, would suffer. However, they could not do anything about it. They could only be slaughtered. If they tried to resist, Qin Zun would mercilessly attack them. However, the ancient epic's experts did not feel that much. Right now, the ancient epic's allied army was just a practice target. Even so, the 10 divine cities' allied army could not kill them all. However, the ancient epic's allied army wanted to kill the entire martial epic when they attacked the martial epic. Otherwise, the consequences would be far more tragic than this. In the end, it was just the winner taking all. There was no right or wrong. If the ancient epic's allied army won, they would only be more ruthless. It was unknown how many people from the martial epic could escape. The 10 divine cities' allied army even chased the ancient epic's allied army into the primal chaos, stepping into a territory that they had never set foot in before. Originally, this was extremely dangerous. The martial epic was the enemy of nearly all the other epics. If the ancient epic's allied army had an opportunity, they would not let it go, ruthlessly dealing a heavy blow to the martial epic. However, with Qin Zun holding the line, there would be no problem. No ancient epic would be willing to risk their lives for others. Stepping out at this time to oppose the martial epic, which was like a raging fire, was simply seeking death. At this moment, a raging battle was also taking place in the Fortune Realm. The allied armies of the ancient era that had attacked the Fortune Realm retreated even faster than when they had first arrived. They had probably never imagined that there would be such a desperate retreat. Originally, they thought that the most miserable retreat would be the failure of their plan. Then, they would retreat in an orderly fashion under the cover of the half-step sovereigns. However, to everyone's surprise, 5 half-step sovereigns actually got annihilated. 4 died and 1 fled. There was simply no situation more miserable than this. If not for the fact that the half-moon immortal lord was fast enough to escape, he might have died here as well. Without the protection of half-step sovereigns, it was easy to imagine how tragic their retreat would be. The Fortune God dynasty and the Chaos God dynasty's allied forces had long since had enough of this. They were enraged and launched a counterattack under the leadership of various heavenly venerables. Furthermore, the primal chaos overlord who had been suppressing his anger attacked. Every strike caused the ancient epic's allied army to crumble. The ancient epic's army's defeat was unstoppable. Chapter 3791. The ancient era's army was utterly routed. No matter which expert of the ancient era's army wanted to reverse the situation, it was impossible. Under the joint attack of Yi Shiwen and the Chaos Overlord, even if the ancient era's experts wanted to organize a resistance army, it was useless. They would only be sending themselves to death. The army was routed. After Yi Shiwen killed a few peak heavenly venerables, he did not attack again. With his current status, there was no need for him to do anything. Most importantly, he treated this as a chance to temper the Fortune God dynasty's elites. Although it was cruel, he had no other choice. The ancient era's army fled very quickly. All kinds of warships were shuttling through space at an astonishing speed. But it was useless. It took a long time to reach the epic battlefield from the Fortune God dynasty, not to mention returning to their respective epics from the epic battlefield. It was a long, despair-inducing journey. This huge chase lasted for a year. The ancient epic's allied army fled frantically before finally escaping the martial epic's pursuit. However, Compared to the vast army from back then, only a tenth of its original size remained. It could be said that this time they suffered a heavy loss. Although the martial epoch also suffered a heavy loss, compared to the ancient era, it seemed to be much better. This war finally came to an end 1 year later. The entire martial epoch entered the process of rebuilding after the war. The moon city of the 10 great divine cities was flattened, and the moon city, Lord, died. The other 9 great divine cities also suffered heavy losses. The Fortune divine dynasty and the Chaos divine dynasty had also suffered heavy losses. Not all the races could withstand all the attacks, and some of them were completely uprooted. The losses were so great that it was difficult to estimate. Regardless of whether it was the Fortune God dynasty or the Chaos God dynasty, in the eyes of the ancient era's allied army, it was meaningless. They were all targets to be destroyed. Moreover, in this short but bitter battle, many of the Fortune divine dynasty's earth veins had been destroyed, and many dragon veins were uprooted. This place had turned from a blessed land into a desolate wasteland. In short, even if the martial epoch won this war, it could only be regarded as a lose-lose situation. While the Fortune God dynasty and the Chaos God dynasty were licking their wounds, the entire primal chaos was shocked. This time the ancient epochs, led by the demonic Tao epoch, the ghost Tao epoch, the magic ability epoch, and the corpse Tao epoch, were going to work together to attack the martial epoch. This was no secret. It would be impossible to hide such a large-scale deployment from others. But at the start, no one thought that they could succeed. Even with several half-step sovereigns joining the army, many people thought that they did not have much chance of victory. However, the situation changed after that. The half-moon immortal Lord thought of a way to imprison the martial epoch's heavenly Tao, turning the tables. The allied armies of the ancient epochs invaded the martial epoch on a large scale, pushing back the martial epoch in an instant. More people became interested, and more people joined. Ancient era, allied army. Martial epoch era, martial war. Just when everyone thought that the martial epoch was over and the world was going to be reshuffled and reincarnated, another shocking turn of events occurred. The martial epoch's heavenly Taos had actually escaped. The moment they attacked, they displayed shocking strength. There were a total of 11 half-step rulers participating in the attack on the martial epoch. Such a lineup could be considered extravagant. It was not impossible for them to destroy the current epoch. If an ancient epoch provoked an opponent with such a lineup, they would have no other choice but to surrender and die. However, such an extravagant lineup died in a short time. Only 3 were severely injured and fled miserably. A total of 8 half-step sovereigns died. The death of any one of such existences would be a topic of discussion in the primal chaos for millions of years. The impact would be far-reaching, spanning several epochs. But now, 8 half-step sovereigns died in one go. How horrifying was this? The ones who truly felt fear were the half-step sovereigns. They originally thought of themselves as aloof existences, especially in this epoch. Back then, when the Fortune creation Heavenly Lord went on expeditions to many epochs, he had brought boundless fear. It had been a very long time since they felt like this. This was the second time that a large number of half-step sovereigns died. 4 half-step sovereigns to grow for several epochs was considered short, yet they died just like that. How horrifying! The ancient epochs that lost their armies and half-step sovereigns trembled in fear. They quickly hid themselves and closed all the passages to the outside world, not daring to come into contact with the outside world. If they were discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the martial epoch was currently licking its wounds and did not have enough strength to carry out expeditions, it did not mean that they were not in danger. When they were at their peak, they didn't care about the other ancient eras at all. But now, they were like hungry wolves in the wilderness. They could attack at any time. The powerful epochs that had sovereigns' Tao tools to protect them were fine. However, The ancient epics that did not have sovereigns' Tao tools to protect them fell to the bottom. Without sovereigns' Tao tools to protect them, and now their greatest protector, the half-step sovereigns, died. How dangerous was this? Sure enough, not long after this war ended, 3 weak ancient epics were massacred, dying without a burial place. This made many weaker ancient eras tremble in fear. The reason why they didn't want to participate in the clash of these colossi was also because of this. Even if these colossi were heavily injured, they still had enough deterrence and were still terrifying enough. However, if they failed, they would die without a burial place. They had no other choice. This time, if it were not for the fact that they were about to win, they would not have participated. However, the consequence of participating was death, an end of the epic. The entire primal chaos was in turmoil. The result of this war shocked the entire primal chaos and profoundly changed the structure of the entire primal chaos. The might of the martial epic imprinted itself deeply in everyone's mind. Not all ancient epics could survive such a situation of a pack of wolves biting a tiger to death. Compared to the turmoil of the entire primal chaos, the Fortune Divine dynasty was much calmer. The originally hostile tribes, races, sects, and even the Chaos Divine dynasty and the Fortune Divine dynasty were licking their wounds and digesting the harvest of this war. This war did not only leave them with injuries, but also with gains. Although the losses were great, the basic strength of all the elites who survived had been greatly improved. The harvest of this war was enough to raise their strength by several levels after the war. Moreover, these fallen experts, whether they were on the same side or the enemy's side, had soaked the land with their blood. After the resentment was removed, the land would soon become incomparably fertile and countless natural treasures would grow, which in turn would become the foundation of the Fortune Divine dynasty and the Chaos Divine dynasty. Moreover, after the annihilation of these ancient epics armies, the 2 divine dynasties had also seized countless magic tools and all kinds of natural treasures. The harvest was also great. At this time, just compensating the deceased and distributing the post-war benefits were enough to keep the 2 divine dynasties' upper echelons busy. Compared to the Fortune Divine dynasty, which had been established for countless years, the 2 divine dynasties were obviously much more familiar with the situation. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. The Chaos Divine dynasty was still in the midst of endless quarrels. If it were not for the Chaos Overlord suppression, this newly established Chaos Divine dynasty might have directly fallen apart. Everything was slowly but surely recovering. At this time, in the land of the human race's 11 provinces, the sky began to rain with merit. It rained for 3 days and 3 nights. All the experts of the human race had broken through a level, whether they were emperor, emperors, quasi-emperors, god-kings, or even ordinary creatures. Their bodies were transformed by the golden light of merit. Ordinary mortals could easily live more than 1,000 years without cultivating. If they cultivated, those newborns of the human race were all geniuses. Geniuses appeared like rain, and the probability of them appearing was 10 times higher than in the past. Although the human race had suffered heavy losses in the previous war, it ushered in a golden age. Everyone could imagine how strong the human race would become in another 1,000,000 years when these people grew up. It would simply be the world's #1 race. It could even be said that the human race was already the world's #1 race. Currently, everyone knew that the Fortune Divine dynasty's only half-step sovereign, Qin was a human race emperor. As for the other human race's heaven's pride, Eastern Heavenly Venerate Yishuan, even though he wasn't a half-step sovereign, he could still kill a half-step sovereign. What was the difference between him and a half-step sovereign? In other words, the current Fortune Divine dynasty's 2 strongest men were from the human race. If this wasn't the world's #1, then what was? Although Qin had entered the depths of the Chaos Divine dynasty to deal with other matters after the war, Eastern Heavenly Venerate Yishuan was still present on Mount Buzhou. Although it was still recovering, there was an endless stream of people from various races and sects who came to visit Eastern, heavenly venerate. However, Yi Shiwen rejected all of them. Even so, it didn't stop their enthusiasm. At this time, even a blind person could see that from now on, the Fortune Divine dynasty would most likely follow Yi Shiwen's will. Although Qin Zun was also very strong and had made great contributions to the martial epoch, he wasn't part of the Fortune Divine dynasty system and couldn't convince the masses. Therefore, they wanted to befriend Yi Shiwen in advance. However, they didn't know that Yi Shiwen was currently handling the harvest from the war. Chapter 3792. Yi Shiwen's harvest in this battle was also huge, far more than what he had gained on the battlefield. As everyone knew, the merit rain in the 11 provinces had benefited all the creatures in the entire 11 provinces. In the future, the 11 provinces of the human race would also usher in a golden age. All kinds of masters would emerge one after another. This would completely establish the foundation of the human race as the world's #1 race. Everyone knew that this was the Heaven's Way's reward for Yi Shiwen's previous desperate resistance against the foreign enemies. In fact, the Heaven's Way had given rewards to other races. Generally, it was to make the spiritual energy in the ancestral land of each race more intense, so that they could inadvertently obtain some clan's treasure, and so on. It was also a reward for the races to fight to the death when the foreign enemies invaded. Even so, it had never rained down a rain of virtue like the 11 states. Generally, even powerful emperor monarchs would find it difficult to obtain merit points. Only when Fortune Heavenly Monarch established the Fortune God dynasty would there be such a grand occasion like this. In addition to the 11 provinces of the human race, only the Chaos God dynasty had the merit reign. However, the scope was far less than the 11 provinces. Only the Chaos God capital had the merit reign. The heaven and earth were not benevolent and treated all living things as straw dogs. In the eyes of the Heaven's Way, all creatures were the same. It was simply based on the amount of merit. In this battle, Yi Shiwen's merit was naturally far greater than that of the Chaos Overlord. Moreover, Qin Zun, who had made a great contribution, was also of the human race. In addition to the rewards they deserved, the rest was naturally given to the human race. In the following period of time, the newborn human babies had their own merit aura. Their cultivation would be twice the result with half the effort. They would almost never encounter any bottlenecks in their cultivation. They would not dare to approach the heart demons. The 11 provinces of the human race would also be full of all kinds of treasures. All kinds of adventures were waiting for the younger generations of the human race. However, only Yi Shiwen himself knew that those were just some side benefits. The biggest benefit was still in Yi Shiwen's pocket. At that time, the merit that fell directly on Yi Shiwen was hundreds of times more than the merit rain that fell on the entire 11 provinces. This merit was much more than what he had received when he had become the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. These merits could help him cultivate to the peak of the 9th level in a very short period of time. Even some of the difficulties in his cultivation that he had previously been unable to understand seemed to have been enlightened overnight, and everything became clear to him. It also allowed him to see the path to becoming a half-step ruler. It was an incomparably tyrannical and difficult path. Although he knew that it would be difficult, he didn't expect it to be this difficult. However, once he broke through, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a ruler. However, it was also possible that he would never be able to break through. This was a matter with both advantages and disadvantages. However, if he could stand shoulder to shoulder with sovereigns as a half-step ruler, his path would be much wider than most people's, even though it would be difficult. He was even stronger than those sovereigns. In the end, Yi Shiwen still decided to walk this path. In this life, he would either not stand out, or he would shake the world. During this time, he had been in seclusion. While comprehending the path to becoming a half-step ruler, he had also collected the massive amount of merit that had fallen from the sky. If he wanted to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level in a short period of time, He couldn't do without this massive amount of merit. In addition, he had to take advantage of the opportunity to upgrade the Martial Supreme Seal to a half-step ruler-level Dao tool. Although the Destiny Sword and the Good Fortune Robe were good, they were ultimately other people's things. He could borrow them, but he still had to rely on himself. Refining a Dao artifact was not only for the sake of having a convenient magic treasure, but also to use this opportunity to sort out one's own Dao one by one and then imprint it on the Dao artifact. The process of refining a Dao artifact was the process of understanding one's own body. As for the heavenly venerates who wanted to see him, he refused to meet them. With his status, even if they were directly rejected, they wouldn't dare to have the slightest complaint. However, Yi Shiwen could only find time to meet someone who had come. This person was none other than the Middle Heavenly Venerate who had just come out of seclusion. Deep in the divine court of Buzhou Mountain, the Middle Heavenly Venerate and Yi Shiwen sat opposite each other. It's been a long time. I didn't expect the outside world to be turned upside down. The Middle Heavenly Venerate couldn't help but speak. His face was bright. In just a short period of seclusion, the world had undergone earth-shattering changes. The invasion of the ancient era had directly caused the Fortune Divine Dynasty to crumble and the earth to rend, nearly destroying it. It was simply too shocking. Now he was no longer the supreme existence in the Fortune God Dynasty. Suddenly, there were two retired emperors above him. The half-step ruler was a realm that he dreamed of reaching, but after missing this battle, it would be even more difficult for him to reach it again. This time, the heavenly Tao naturally bestowed merit to him. Previously, he had also gone to the ancient era to stop the half-moon immortal lord's plan. Although he had failed on the verge of success, he had still made a contribution. The heavenly Tao was fair, and this would not change. However, compared to what Yi Shiwen had obtained, it was not worth mentioning. The gap between the two of them was getting wider and wider. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "There have indeed been some changes, but in general, I have succeeded in stopping the half-moon immortal lord. I see that Taoist friend's injuries are not healed yet. Let me help Taoist friend." Yi Shiwen said as he waved his hand. The Middle Heavenly Venerate immediately felt a surge of power pouring into his body. Then he had tried everything he could to heal the wounds left by the half-moon immortal lord, but to no avail. This was because the half-moon immortal lord's methods had already surpassed a heavenly venerate's. It was not something that his heavenly venerates could use. However, he didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would be able to expel the half-moon immortal lord's magic power with such a simple move. At this time, he truly realized the gap between him and the faintly smiling young man in front of him. It was not an exaggeration to say that the gap was like heaven and earth. It was probably an insurmountable gap. "Thank you for your help, Taoist friend," the Middle Heavenly Venerate said respectfully. "It's just a small matter. It's nothing much. Taoist friend need not worry about it." Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "May I know why Taoist friend has taken the time to come this time?" Yi Shiwen asked. The Middle Heavenly Venerate looked at Yi Shiwen and finally said, "It's like this. I want to abdicate and give the position of Middle Heavenly Venerate to you. What do you think?" Although this result was beyond his expectations, it was still within Yi Shiwen's consideration. He wasn't surprised. If it were him, he would also be a little restless. The Middle Heavenly Venerate was the same as the Deputy Lord and was above many Heavenly Venerates. However, becoming a Middle Heavenly Venerate was not the only way to be above many Heavenly Venerates. Only those who had the ability to be above many Heavenly Venerates could become a Middle Heavenly Venerate. The sequence was completely different. Although the Middle Heavenly Venerate was also a Deputy Lord, his own strength was not enough to suppress everyone. There were two mountains above him, Yi Shiwen and Qin Zun, and he also had to face the huge pressure of the Chaos Divine Dynasty's Chaos Overlord. Obviously, with his current cultivation, there was no way to deal with it. In this case, it was better to abdicate as soon as possible to avoid embarrassment in the future. However, Yi Shiwen pondered for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist is in charge of the Fortune Divine Capital. I have no intention of replacing you. Fellow Taoist has made countless contributions to the Fortune Divine Dynasty. No one can compare to you. Moreover, my ambition is not here, so fellow Taoist doesn't need to think too much about it. As far as I know, Qin Zun shouldn't be interested in the Fortune Divine Dynasty's matters. As for the Chaos Overlord, fellow Taoist naturally doesn't need to worry. If he dares to make a move, I will naturally stop him." The Middle Heavenly Venerate saw that Yi Shiwen's words were firm and didn't seem to be fake. In fact, if it wasn't for the desperate situation, he wouldn't be willing to give up the position of Middle Heavenly Venerate. This was the greatest hope for him to become a half-step sovereign. The Fortune Divine Dynasty's destiny was not without any benefits. With Yi Shiwen's endorsement, his position was naturally stabilized. Although there was still a retired emperor above his head, it was obvious that no one dared to ignore him. Moreover, if Yi Shiwen said that he would stop the Chaos Overlord, there was even less to be afraid of. The Chaos Overlord and Yi Shiwen mutually restrained each other, so his position could be stable. In that case, I will sit in this position for a few more years. The Middle Heavenly Venerate nodded and said, "In addition to this matter, there is one more thing that I would also like to consult fellow Taoist's opinion on. It is regarding the appointment of the new Moon City Lord. May I know who fellow Taoist has in mind?" The Middle Heavenly Venerate asked. Yi Shiwen immediately understood. It turned out that it was because of the Moon City. As one of the 10 great divine cities, Moon City could not be said to be insignificant. Although it had been directly erased, its foundation was still there, and it had to be rebuilt. This was the Fortune Divine Dynasty's first line of defense against the ancient era. According to the previous rules, this position was always elected, but that was under the premise that even the Middle Heavenly Venerate himself had no way to suppress the masses. In the past, when the Fortune Divine Dynasty was in power, when did they ever need to consult the opinions of others to appoint the East, South, West, North, and Central Heavenly Venerates, and appoint the 10 great divine city lords? There was a decree. And now, although Yi Shiwen's strength was still not on par with the Fortune Divine Monarchs, he already had the strength to rule the world. "In that case, it shall be Xianyuan Tianzuan," Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile. When he thought of the usually idle Xianyuan Tianzuan's frown as he accepted this heavy responsibility, he couldn't help but find it a little funny. Chapter 3793. The position of Moon City Lord wasn't something that just anyone could take on. Most people didn't have such qualifications either. Under normal circumstances, anyone who wanted to fight for the position of Moon City Lord during the Heavenly Venerate Conference would have to take action. But now, Yi Shiwen made the decision. The Middle Heavenly Master opposite him did not have any objections. He knew that ever since Yi Shiwen's strength broke through, it was impossible for the entire Fortune God dynasty to ignore Yi Shiwen. Without Yi Shiwen's approval, no matter how many people supported them, it would be meaningless. If Yi Shiwen's strength was above ordinary Heavenly Masters, then Yi Shiwen's current strength was enough to crush a peak Heavenly Master. Even if he did not become a Middle Heavenly Master, many things still needed his opinion. But for the Middle Heavenly Master, Xianyuan Heavenly Master becoming the Moon City Lord was naturally very beneficial. Xianyuan Heavenly Master was a Heavenly Master of the Eastern Territory and had a good relationship with Yi Shiwen. No matter how one looked at it, Xianyuan Heavenly Master's ascension to power was also beneficial for him to consolidate his position. But Yi Shiwen did not choose randomly. Xianyuan Heavenly Master was a 9th realm Heavenly Master. In addition, the Heavenly Tao bestowed a lot of merit. This time was enough for him to enter the ranks of peak Heavenly Masters. He was not inferior to the original Western Heavenly Master, Northern Heavenly Master, and the others. The current Moon City indeed needed such a peerless master. Moon City had been breached twice in a row, causing many people to tremble in fear. They did not dare to live in Moon City anymore. Being completely wiped out twice had indeed hurt trust. At this time, it would be impossible to not have a peerless master to oversee the city. Regarding the reconstruction of Moon City, I will have to rely on you, Yi Shiwen said, and it's nothing more than a variety of resources. Although various places need to be rebuilt, the entire Moon City's reconstruction work will definitely be prioritized. If there is no way to rebuild Moon City, the safety of our Fortune God dynasty will never be guaranteed. This time, when the Ancient Era invaded, if not for Moon City being breached first, those Ancient Era people would not have been able to kill their way into the Fortune God dynasty so easily. The Middle Heavenly Master nodded. This incident made the entire Fortune God dynasty ponder over this painful lesson. Moon City's importance rose once again. During this period, I will go into seclusion, but if you need any help, you can come to me. Yi Shiwen said, Well, then there's nothing else. The Middle Celestial Master nodded and said, Today's goal had been achieved, so there was no need to stay any longer. Then I'll take my leave first. Yi Shiwen entered closed-door training after sending off the Middle Heavenly Venerables. This seclusion lasted for more than 10,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, the entire Fortune realm had undergone earth-shattering changes. After tens of thousands of years of recovery, the heavy damage caused by the invasion of the Ancient Era had also been greatly restored. At least on the surface, it could be said that it had almost fully recovered. This was especially true for races like the human race, which did not have a very long lifespan. Even under the effect of the reign of virtue, ordinary humans could live for thousands of years without cultivating. However, tens of thousands of years was still too long. In the blink of an eye, several generations had passed. That earth-shattering battle back then had ultimately become a legend. But for a true expert, that battle that had happened tens of thousands of years ago was right before their eyes, and they had never forgotten it. During these tens of thousands of years, the reconstruction of the Fortune God dynasty had been carried out in an orderly manner, and it seemed to be no different from tens of thousands of years ago. But only those who truly understood knew that the current Fortune God dynasty and the one from tens of thousands of years ago were simply two different things. Although the current Middle Heavenly Venerables were still in charge of the Fortune God capital and dominated the world, everyone knew that there was another person who had the ability to decide the situation of the world, and that was the Eastern Heavenly Venerables in the Eastern Territory. All these years, the Eastern Heavenly Venerables had not appeared in closed-door training, but no one dared to ignore his existence. In particular, in recent years, the younger generation of the human race had emerged one after another. Experts and geniuses were as numerous as the clouds in the sky. The human race was no longer like in the past, only immersed in their own 11 prefectures. At this time, the human race had already determined the rulers of the 11 prefectures, and no one had any objections. They began to step out, and with these young geniuses as the vanguard, they began to compete with the various races of the Fortune God dynasty. The human race had truly established its reputation as the strongest race in the world in the last 10,000 years. It was far from just the reputation of Yi Shiwen and Qin Zun. Just like the Silver Moon clan, which was also a large race in the Eastern Territory in the last 10,000 years, whether it was the number or the quality of their geniuses, they were far inferior to the human race. In fact, they did not even have 1/3 of the number of geniuses and experts that the human race had. It could be said that the human race had almost single-handedly crushed the various races of the Eastern Territory. There was no need to doubt the strength of the human race. Moreover, it was not only the younger generation that had shown a crushing momentum, but the strength of the human race had also shown a volcanic eruption in the upper echelons of the various races. In this war, the human race had obtained too many benefits, and all kinds of experts were constantly emerging. In particular, the strength of the human race's Emperor Realm experts had risen like a rocket. The names of the Demon Emperor, Emperor Mo, Demon Master, Death Lord, Phoenix Ancestor, and other Supreme Masters had also spread throughout the Eastern Territory. They had made great contributions in the previous war, and the heavens had bestowed them with merit. In addition, Yi Shiwen would occasionally send out some personal notes, complete cultivation manuals. Although every extreme Tao expert's path was different, what kind of height did Yi Shiwen stand at? The things he took out were naturally very beneficial to them. Therefore, these great experts had entered the peak emperor realm in these 10,000 years, and were still consolidating their cultivation. It would not be long before they would also attempt to break through to the heavenly venerable realm. Apart from them, the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had also gained a lot. He was already a peak emperor realm expert, and now he was in closed-door cultivation, preparing for the final step to break through to the heavenly venerable realm. With so many peak emperor realm experts appearing in one go, the strength of the human race's upper echelons had suddenly risen above the various large races. When a few of these peak emperor realm experts broke through to the heavenly venerable realm, then the title of the human race's #1 in the world would really be well deserved. As juniors, Little Moon Moon and Bien Xiao were not as good as Yemo and others with a deep foundation, but they had already entered the 7th realm of the Emperor realm. It would only be a matter of time for them to break through to the peak heavenly venerable realm in less than 10,000 years. In addition to these absolute direct descendants of Yi Shiwen, the human Emperor Feng Shi and other human Emperor realm experts, as well as many Emperor realm experts who had surrendered to the human race, and Ice Emperor and others from various worlds, formed the absolute, tyrannical upper echelons of the human race. Many of the backup plans that Yi Shiwen had arranged had blossomed in these 10,000 years, greatly increasing the strength of the human race all at once. Everyone was convinced by Yi Shiwen. Everyone was very clear that Yi Shiwen was the core of the human race at this time. Qin Zun, who had never appeared, also had a great reputation. But after all, he was not like Yi Shiwen, who had almost single-handedly created the current grand occasion of the human race. So, he was still ranked below Yi Shiwen. However, everyone was also very clear that Qin Zun, who had never returned, did not care about these things. He pursued the supreme path, and his ambition did not lie here. In these 10,000 years, in addition to the human race's prosperity, the strength of other races had also improved at an astonishing rate. Overall, it was developing in a good direction. And Xianyuan Tianzuan, who was appointed as the city lord of Moon City by Yi Shiwen, did not disappoint Yi Shiwen's expectations. Although he did not want to deal with these matters, every genius of this level was definitely not a brute. On the contrary, they could be said to be well-read, proficient in all kinds of ways of governing, the way of construction, military books, and governance. It could be said that Moon City had basically been restored to the state before it was first captured. With enough time, coupled with the full support of the Fortune God dynasty, the speed of Moon City's recovery was naturally imaginable. However, while the Fortune God dynasty was recovering rapidly, the Chaos God dynasty was also recovering rapidly. If the Chaos God dynasty was only a fledgling 10,000 years ago, then after 10,000 years, the Chaos God dynasty had already reached a large scale. With the Chaos Overlord's strength and means and a full 10,000 years, coupled with the fact that the Fortune God dynasty was licking its wounds, there was no time to cause trouble for them. It was enough for him to sort out the entire Chaos God dynasty. With such a good example, like the Fortune God dynasty in front of him, the Chaos God dynasty did not have to worry about not knowing what to do. Originally, the forces of the Chaos God dynasty were basically divided according to the basic units of race, but now they were divided into individual forces and regions by the Chaos God dynasty. It was like the management of the Fortune God dynasty. After stabilizing themselves, the friction between the Chaos God dynasty and the Fortune God dynasty became more and more intense. This also made the entire Fortune God dynasty nervous. They were not afraid of the Chaos God dynasty, but they were afraid of the supreme existence guarding the Chaos God capital. With the strength of the Chaos Overlord and the strength of the Chaos God dynasty, it was not impossible for them to destroy the Fortune God dynasty. In the past, the Outer Domain was easily beaten by the Fortune God dynasty because they were in a state of disunity. But now that they had united to form the Chaos God dynasty, their power suddenly increased a lot. Some people even saw the figure of the Chaos Overlord appearing at the front line of the confrontation between the Northern region and the Chaos God dynasty, causing great pressure to the creatures of the entire Northern region. The last time Heavenless Demon Lord descended, it had already let the experts of the Northern region see how powerful a half-step sovereign expert could be. Not to mention that the Chaos Overlord was stronger than Heavenless Demon Lord. In this increasingly tense situation, the Eastern Celestial Master, Martial Honor Yishiwen, who was the focus of attention, came out of seclusion. Chapter 3794. As the Chaos God dynasty and the Fortune God dynasty gradually recovered their vitality, the conflict between the two sides intensified again. The hatred between the two sides was as deep as the sea. The previous confrontation against the Ancient Era's allied forces was just an act of self-preservation under the threat of death. In fact, the two sides not only had a deep hatred in the past, but also a strategic conflict in reality. This doomed the two giants to not coexist peacefully. The Fortune God dynasty was located at the center of the world, but the Chaos God dynasty had never given up on the idea of recapturing the center of the Fortune world. The two sides were naturally in conflict, especially now that the Chaos God dynasty had an ambitious leader, the Chaos Overlord. The Chaos Overlord wanted to imitate the Fortune Heavenly Monarch's path and become a supreme ruler. Then, the Fortune God dynasty was a hurdle that could not be bypassed no matter what. It was impossible to ignore this hurdle. Under such circumstances, the conflict between the two giants became increasingly intense. Recently, even the figure of the Chaos Overlord appeared on the front line. Although he did not make a move, it was enough to make the entire northern region feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Especially Lord North, who had suffered a great loss before, was extremely nervous. If the Chaos Overlord made a move, he would probably be much more terrifying than Heavenless Demon Monarch. Although the Fortune God dynasty could gather all its strength this time, there was also a giant behind the Chaos Overlord that could mobilize the entire Chaos God dynasty strength. Under such circumstances, everyone's hopes were placed on Yi Shiwen. Qin Zun's whereabouts were hard to find, and only Yi Shiwen, who was stationed in the eastern region, could be counted on. Under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen finally came out of closed-door cultivation. This time, he did not keep a low profile like before. Instead, he announced it to the whole world. After receiving the news that Yi Shiwen had come out of closed-door cultivation, the entire Fortune God dynasty's tense atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Even if the Chaos God dynasty had the Chaos Overlord, they still had the Eastern Heavenly Lord, Yi Shiwen. The news that Yi Shiwen had fought to a draw with the Chaos Overlord and even killed several half-step rulers was still widely spread. Although no one knew whether he had crossed the most critical threshold, at the very least, everyone knew that he was at the same level as the Primal Chaos Overlord. After Yi Shiwen came out of his closed-door training, he gave a sermon to the Emperors of the 11 prefectures of the human race and taught them the great way of celestial master cultivation. Although everyone's cultivation path was different, Yi Shiwen's cultivation was enough to eliminate all these differences and give them a direct path to the great way. For many sovereign emperors, it was also extremely difficult to understand. Only Yimo and the others, who had truly reached the level of peak sovereign emperors, could gain greater benefits. With Yi Shiwen explaining the Celestial Master's great path to them, the possibility of their breakthrough was getting stronger and stronger. Their confidence was also getting greater and greater. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen also talked about the Sovereign Lord's great Tao. For many sovereign lords, this was the place where they gained the most. The human race had many sovereign emperors, vassal races, and great sections. However, it wasn't a problem for Yi Shiwen. What kind of cultivation did he have? With just a few words, he would be able to solve a sovereign emperor's problem that had been troubling them for a long time, allowing them to suddenly see the light and comprehend many things. This preaching session lasted for a full 10 years. During these 10 years, the strength of the human race's higher-ups had increased by another level. After that, Yimo and the others also went into collective closed-door training in order to break through to the heavenly master realm. This kind of grand occasion had only happened when the fortune creation Heavenly Lord was in power. The other great sects were also envious and jealous, but they couldn't do anything about it. This was because those super sects and super clans had heavenly masters behind them. Some of them were even peak 9th realm heavenly masters. However, it didn't matter at all. No matter how strong they were limited to the heavenly master level. Therefore, it was difficult for them to let others enter the heavenly master realm with them. But now, Yi Shiwen was standing on another level. Giving pointers to others to cultivate the heavenly master's great way was just a piece of cake for him. It was just like how it wasn't easy for a heavenly master to cultivate an emperor, but it wasn't impossible. During these 10 years, although Yi Shiwen didn't take a step out of Mount Buzhou, he was the focus of the world. Everyone's eyes fell on Mount Buzhou. Yi Shiwen's every move would also affect the situation of the entire fortune realm. The most direct observation was that after Yi Shiwen came out of closed-door training, the number of provocations from the Chaos God dynasty had decreased significantly. This was because they all knew that the peerless expert of the Fortune God dynasty, who could compete with their Chaos Overlord, had already come out of closed-door training. In fact, Yi Shiwen's deterrence was even more terrifying than the Chaos Overlords. Yi Shiwen, who had killed 3 half-step sovereigns in succession, had already completed the achievement of a half-step sovereign slaughterer. As for the Chaos Overlord, who had stepped into the half-step sovereign realm first, he had already used all his strength just to deal with the magical lord. Obviously, Yi Shiwen's deterrence was even greater at this time. After finishing the sermon, Yi Shiwen didn't rush to do anything. Instead, he took his time to inspect the eastern region, especially the reconstruction of the eastern region after the war. Although he hadn't been in charge of anything in these 10,000 years, the reconstruction of the eastern region after the war had always been carried out according to his will. He had a basic plan in mind. After a year of inspection, Yi Shiwen found that the reconstruction of the eastern region was better than he had expected. However, there were still many stubborn problems that he had to deal with. For example, in some super battlefields where billions or even billions of experts had fallen, resentment soared to the sky. The resentment soared to the sky, forming a terrifying resentment cloud that covered the battlefield for countless miles. Even in broad daylight, one couldn't feel the slightest light or heat. There was only boundless darkness. Under such circumstances, it was unknown how many terrifying, resentful spirits were born. Some experts who were originally at the peak of the heavenly venerable level had also fallen here. After the corpse transformation, they became extremely terrifying corpse path powerhouses. These situations were beyond the eastern region's ability to deal with. Even peerless giants like Heavenly Venerable Silver Moon and the Heavenly Tao Sect Master didn't dare to enter such super battlefields to carry out the purification work. It was too terrifying. Even the peak of the Heavenly Venerable might fall inside. Such battlefields existed everywhere. There were also in other regions. However, under the leadership of the respective Heavenly Venerables, they were cleared little by little. The central region was the first to be cleared. In order to purify these battlefield resentful spirits, the central Heavenly Venerable even used the universe creation map. The power of the universe creation map was great, but even so, it took a lot of effort to purify these battlefield resentful spirits. However, the cost of using the universe creation map was huge. Therefore, only the central region had cleared those super battlefields. Such battlefields existed in other regions. Even if the universe creation map was loaned out one after another, the speed of clearing was still not ideal. Not a single one in the eastern region had been cleared because Yi Shiwen, who was in charge, hadn't come out yet. Therefore, everyone could only seal these battlefields first. The Heavenly Venerables, led by the Heavenly Tao sect master, gathered the power of many emperors to seal these battlefields one by one. Even so, it had cost a huge price. Now that Yi Shiwen had appeared, the first thing he did was to clear these resentful spirits and purify the battlefields. He chose one of the largest battlefields. He immediately attracted the attention of countless ghosts. His presence was as obvious as a super searchlight in the darkness of this place, which was dominated by vengeful spirits. Yi Shiwen's presence was as obvious as a super searchlight in the darkness. Countless resentful spirits roared and rushed over. Almost in an instant, they were about to devour him. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. These flying resentful spirits all turned into nothingness. They couldn't withstand Yi Shiwen's snort at all. However, Yi Shiwen didn't just kill them. He just sat down cross-legged and started to recite the expiation scripture. This was the scripture that he had learned in the past to expiate the Een spirits. One could imagine how powerful it would be if he recited it with his current cultivation. Suddenly, the entire battlefield emitted countless golden lights, which turned into circles of ripples that swept out. All the resentful spirits that were swept by the ripples were directly purified. Their appearance as resentful spirits dissipated, revealing their original faces with smiles on their faces. Being turned into resentful spirits was also a kind of incomparable torture for them. As Yi Shiwen recited the expiation scripture louder and louder, more and more resentful spirits were directly expiated and then dissipated in the world. Gradually, resentful spirits and zombies with the strength of the Emperor Lord were directly expiated. They had no way to resist Yi Shiwen's strength. Slowly, the entire battlefield's resentful spirits became less and less. In the end, even those resentful spirits with the strength of heavenly masters were left. They were also the masters of the entire super battlefield. These resentful spirits were unwilling to die like this. They directly rushed towards Yi Shiwen. However, how could they be a match for Yi Shiwen? Stubborn. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. He directly refined the expiation scripture into talismans, pasted them on their bodies, and directly refined them. After clearing these resentful spirits, Yi Shiwen began to clean up the resentment of the entire battlefield. If these resentment were not cleaned up, resentful spirits would be born again in a few years. By the time Yi Shiwen cleaned up the entire battlefield, it was already a day later. After dealing with the battlefield, Yi Shiwen began to clear the super battlefields one after another without stopping. With his strength, there was no difficulty at all. The super battlefield in the eastern region was quickly cleaned up. Then Yi Shiwen rushed to the other regions to clean up these super ancient battlefields. When Yi Shiwen cleaned up the last ancient battlefield, it was already a year later. After he had completed the cleanup, the heavens once again sent down countless merit points, and they fell on his body. Chapter 3795. If these super battlefields continued to develop, they would inevitably turn into peerless danger zones that would endanger the healthy development of the Fortune Divine Dynasty and even the Fortune World. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had obtained so much golden light of merit after purifying these super battlefields. Huang Xiaolong collected all of them. When he broke through to the half-step sovereign realm in the future, they would be of great help to him. Everyone in the Fortune God Dynasty heaved a sigh of relief when Yi Shiwen finished cleaning up the battlefield. If these super battlefields were to continue developing, they would definitely spread out and cause great suffering to the people. At that time, it would be another calamity. Now, Yi Shiwen had turned an inevitable catastrophe into nothingness. He was worthy of the endless merits and virtues that had fallen from the heavens. Yi Shiwen stood on Mount Buzhou after he had cleaned up these super ancient battlefields. Then he said a few words under the watchful eyes of everyone. Whether it is the Fortune Divine Dynasty or the Chaos Divine Dynasty, they have the right to live and develop. As a half-step sovereign, I should not interfere with their development. That would not be a blessing for the two divine dynasties. Yi Shiwen's words set off an uproar. Everyone could see that Yi Shiwen's words were clearly directed at the Chaos Overlord, accusing him of personally appearing at the front line of the confrontation between the two holy dynasties some time ago. The primal Chaos Overlord didn't even need to make a move. His mere existence was already a huge deterrent. In the face of such a domineering declaration from Yi Shiwen, the Chaos Overlord, who had already recovered to its peak, simply ignored it. Previously, he avoided Yi Shiwen because he wasn't at his peak at that time. He didn't want to perish together with Yi Shiwen, but now he had truly recovered to his peak. He was more than twice as powerful as he was when he was in dire straits. Under such circumstances, how could he be willing to give up just like that? Conquering the Fortune Divine Dynasty was his plan. He wanted to recreate the Fortune Heavenly Monarch and walk on the path of supreme sovereign realm. In this process, the Fortune Divine Dynasty was a stumbling block, and he needed to find a way to get rid of it. After all, Yi Shiwen wasn't a true half-step ruler. Even if he had strength comparable to a half-step ruler, it was only because of the power of the Good Fortune Treasure Robe and the Sword of Fate. How could he compare to a peak heavenly venerable? Therefore, in response to Yi Shiwen's strong statement, the Chaos Overlord only replied with one sentence. There's no need for outsiders to interfere in the affairs of the Chaos Divine Dynasty. Soon, Yi Shiwen got the reply from the Chaos Overlord. To this, he only sighed slightly. Originally, I didn't want to take this path, but since the Chaos Overlord kept advising me, I could only be ruthless. A plan was forming in Yi Shiwen's mind. Originally, he wanted to pull the Chaos Overlord along with him. However, the Chaos Overlord didn't know what was good for him. He was still ambitious and had the intention to annex the Chaos Divine Dynasty. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. He could tolerate the existence of the Chaos Divine Dynasty. In his opinion, the existence of two divine dynasties was the best way to maintain the vitality of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, lest the Fortune Divine Dynasty turned into a stagnant pool. The simplest reason was that the current Fortune God Dynasty's great masters were much weaker than when the Fortune Heavenly Monarch was still in power. This was the result of many years of peace. The reason why the Fortune Heavenly Monarch did not eradicate the foreign lands was not only because he was broad-minded, but also because he wanted to provoke the Fortune Divine Dynasty. He was essentially a Tao seeker. The Fortune Divine Dynasty was his foundation, but it was not his ultimate goal. What he sought was the supreme ruler. Therefore, it was destined that he couldn't work for the Fortune Divine Dynasty for the rest of his life. He had a plan in mind, and even a mission. The Fortune Divine Dynasty was the foundation for him to implement this plan and walk a higher and further road. He even planned to use the power of the Chaos Divine Dynasty. This battle not only completely woke up the Fortune Divine Dynasty from its previous arrogance, but also broadened Yi Shiwen's horizons. There were still many areas in this world that he had not touched upon. It was too early to slack off. And with the Chaos Overlord standing in front of him, he would not be soft-hearted. Only by using thunderous means could he show his true heart. On this day, after the Chaos Overlord responded, Yi Shiwen directly crossed the big domain and came directly to the capital of the Chaos Divine Dynasty, the Chaos Divine Capital. On that day, everyone clearly saw the purple aura sweeping across the sky. This time, Yi Shiwen did not keep a low profile. He directly activated his vision to let the whole world know that he had gone to find the Chaos Overlord. Suddenly, the entire Chaos Divine Capital was facing a great enemy, and the experts in charge of the Chaos Divine Capital were extremely angry. Yi Shiwen did not put the Chaos Divine Dynasty in his eyes at all. Although the Chaos Divine Capital could not be compared to the Fortune Divine Capital, with its deep roots and countless territories, and even half-step sovereigns could not break through, it was still a dragon's lair and tiger's den. In the current foreign domains, it was regarded as the most dangerous place. Even the heavenly venerables of the Fortune Divine Dynasty did not dare to come here alone and take risks, but Yi Shiwen dared. Yi Shiwen stood above the Fortune Divine Capital and shouted, "The Eastern Heavenly Venerate of the Fortune Divine Dynasty has come to pay a visit. Where is the Chaos Overlord? Eastern Heavenly Venerate, where do you think this is? How can you be so presumptuous?" A peak Heavenly Venerate foreign domain creature finally could not stand it anymore and directly formed a large hand, wanting to drive Yi Shiwen away. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a thunderbolt, directly smashing the large hand. Then everyone heard a scream, and the peak Heavenly Venerate foreign domain creature screamed again and again, clutching his arm. Blood flowed wildly from his arm, and there was no way to stop it. Everyone was stunned by Yi Shiwen's fierce fighting prowess. Many people didn't dare to come forward. His fighting prowess was too terrifying. It wasn't difficult to spit out a thunderbolt. However, the thunderbolt that he spat out could seriously injure a peak celestial master. This was the most terrifying thing. He did not wear the good fortune treasure robe, nor did he use the sword of destiny, but he had already reached this stage. This was completely different from the view of Yi Shiwen's strength that had been circulating in the Chaos Divine Dynasty all these years. All these years, the Chaos Divine Dynasty had circulated Yi Shiwen's strength as a peak Heavenly Venerate, relying on nothing more than 2 half-step sovereigns to soar to the half-step sovereigns. In fact, his own strength was not that terrifying, but now that they thought about it, they realized how ridiculous it was. And just when everyone was in fear, a calm and deep voice came from the chaotic divine palace in the depths of the chaos divine capital. It was the chaotic overlord. "Taoist friend, why are you making things difficult for them? Since you want to see me, then come in." Yi Shiwen smiled slightly. This chaotic overlord was still testing him to see if he had the courage to break into this dragon's pool and tiger's den. He just smiled slightly, stepped into it, and arrived at the chaotic divine palace. Although this chaotic divine palace was not comparable to the good fortune heavenly palace, it was already very impressive, almost isolating himself from the chaos divine capital into 2 different worlds. When necessary, as long as the formation was activated, even if outsiders attacked the chaos divine capital, they would not be able to find the location of the chaotic divine palace. And in the depths of the chaotic divine palace, a man sat on a cloud bed. But who else could it be but the chaotic overlord? Yi Shiwen did not treat himself as an outsider, and quickly walked in front of the chaotic overlord. He sat cross-legged, and a cloud bed appeared under him, supporting him. "Taoist friend, how dare you enter my chaos divine capital, and still dare to hurt people?" In front of the chaotic overlord there was a small table, and a pot of wine was placed on it, and he poured and drank alone. "I am not that brave. Although the chaos divine capital is powerful, it is not a dragon's pool and tiger's den. I can come, but I can't go," Yi Shiwen said lightly, facing the powerful chaotic overlord, who was not afraid at all. "I did not expect that you would dare to come in. Are you really too brave, or are you too confident in yourself? Do you really think that I can't kill you?" The chaotic overlord sneered and said, his eyes extremely cold. Previously, the 2 of them had cooperated, but both sides knew that it was because of the invasion of foreign enemies, and that they had no choice but to cooperate. In fact, the identity of both sides had not changed because of that. Now that the foreign enemies had retreated, the good fortune divine dynasty and the chaos divine dynasty had gradually recovered, and the contradiction between the 2 sides had gradually become more intense. The interests and goals of both sides were fundamentally contradictory and could not be reconciled. "Either you suppress me, or I suppress you. There was no other choice. Since I came here, I naturally have confidence. I originally did not want to make a big fuss, but I feel that since you have reached the half-step sovereign realm, there is no need for you to interfere too much in the affairs of the two divine dynasties. Otherwise, it will be bad if you overreach yourself. Yi Shiwen said lightly. Do you think that is possible? You should be very clear about my purpose. Do you think that fortune creation, heavenly monarch, can do it and I can't? The chaotic overlord sneered and said, My heart is very firm. Whoever dares to stand in my way must die. Facing the threat of the chaotic overlord, Yi Shiwen was not moved at all. He just sneered and said, You don't have that chance. Do you think that you can do what fortune creation, heavenly monarch, can do? Why can't I? How am I inferior to him? Why can he become a supreme ruler, and I have to be suppressed for countless years? Now that he is gone, the entire martial epoch needs a new leader. I believe you have seen the tragic situation of the ancient epoch's invasion. Our martial epoch does need a new leader, and I am qualified to be this leader, the chaotic overlord said domineeringly. He had absolute confidence in himself, and he was not inferior to fortune creation, heavenly monarch. You can't do it. There are some things that you can't achieve as long as you work hard, Yi Shiwen said coldly as he looked at the chaotic overlord. There is a saying that I don't know if you have heard of it. Although heroes create the situation also creates heroes. In the current martial epoch, we can no longer experience that kind of civil war. This is the order, and you want to challenge this order in vain? You are delusional. Chapter 3796. Impossible? Why can't I do it? The Chaos Overlord opened his eyes wide, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stared at Yi Shiwen and said, Because if I say it's impossible, then it's impossible. Facing the terrifying coercion of the Chaos Overlord, Yi Shiwen just smiled coldly and said, He didn't take the threat of the Chaos Overlord to heart at all. Bang! The Chaos Overlord directly smashed the small table in front of him with a wine pot and said with slightly red eyes, Eastern Lord, don't force me to kill you. It's not that I can't kill you. I just don't want to shed all pretense of cordiality and go to the last step. Kill me? Do you have that ability? Yi Shiwen's face showed a bit of a smile, as if he had heard the most ridiculous thing. You speak as if you have that ability. Humph, Eastern Lord. Do you think that you can really contend with a half-step ruler just because you killed a few old or seriously injured half-step rulers? If you don't know what's good for you, I will let you understand the true strength of a peak half-step ruler. The Chaos Overlord said coldly and ruthlessly. In the end, you're still not willing to give up your plan like this. In the end, you still have to fight. Then come. Let's see if you have the ability to kill me. Yi Shiwen directly stood up from the cloud bed and said, Do you want to go to the chaos, or do you want to fight here? Let's do it here. I have specially reinforced this place. Even if two half-step rulers fight, my chaotic divine palace can't be destroyed. It's much better than entering the chaos, said the Chaos Overlord. His pair of eyes turned blood red, and he looked extremely threatening. He waved his big hand. An environment around both sides changed. They directly entered a boundless void, which looked vast and boundless, like the real endless void. In this chaotic divine palace, the Chaos Overlord had obviously invested a lot of effort. The Chaos Overlord's aura suddenly spread, and it was many times more terrifying. He stared at Yi Shiwen and said, Why don't you put on the Great Fortune robe? Otherwise, you will die. Chaos Overlord naturally didn't have any good intentions. He truly regarded Yi Shiwen as an opponent who could fight. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, he also regarded Yi Shiwen as an opponent on the same level. Unlike those celestial masters, Yi Shiwen couldn't even pose the slightest threat to him. The person in front of him was a tyrannical existence that had killed 3 half-step sovereigns. Whether or not it was a trick, it was a fact. "I don't need to wear the good fortune's precious clothes to deal with you," Yi Shiwen said confidently. Good, good, good. It seems like killing a few crippled half-step sovereigns really made you think you're invincible. I let you know right now that I'm completely different from them. The Chaos Overlord was infuriated by Yi Shiwen's words. He actually dared to fight against me without wearing the good fortune treasure robe. Who does he think he is? His aura instantly rose to the extreme. An entire space trembled because of the primal Chaos Overlord's rage. There was an incomparably terrifying power wreaking havoc. In an instant, the primal Chaos Overlord directly formed a domain. It was a domain that only half-step sovereigns could form. In an instant, the primal Chaos Overlord made his move. In an instant, it seemed like the entire space collapsed. Compared to the time when he fought against the Lord of Mystic Abilities, the primal Chaos Overlord was at least twice as powerful. He had truly become terrifying. His attack was like a dragon, flying out directly and drowning Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, on the other hand, smiled faintly. His expression didn't change at all. The primal Chaos Overlord had become so terrifying, but it still couldn't scare him. Billions of rays of light were released from his body. It was as if countless rays of immortal light had turned into a light rain and scattered in all directions. The attack that the primal Chaos Overlord blasted out was enough to pierce through the world. When it fell into the light rain around him, it directly became invisible. It was as if an invisible force had dissolved this terrifying attack. When the primal Chaos Overlord saw this scene, his expression changed. He didn't expect this move to be able to kill Yi Shiwen, but Yi Shiwen casually withstood his attack, which was still beyond his expectations. In the past 10,000 years, not only did he recover to his peak, but he also went to a higher level. However, it was obvious that Yi Shiwen hadn't been idle. "Is this all you've got?" "Primal Chaos Overlord, this level is still far from being able to kill me," Yi Shiwen said coldly. The primal Chaos Overlord sneered. "This isn't the end yet." The primal Chaos Overlord waved his hand, and in an instant, countless kinds of mystic abilities appeared behind him. Every kind of mystic ability seemed like it was evolving from a god, exuding a powerful and unimaginable aura. This mystic ability is the Lord of Mystic Abilities? You refined his Tao? Yi Shiwen said with narrowed eyes. The auras of the divine abilities clearly belonged to the Lord of Divine Abilities, and most likely, they had something to do with the Tao of Heaven. He had killed other experts before, so he knew how difficult it was to assimilate the Taos of others. In fact, it was almost impossible. In particular, the primal Chaos Overlord didn't have a mysterious space like Yi Shiwen to deduce, so there was only one possibility. It was related to the martial epic's heavenly way. That's right, this is the biggest reward I've obtained this time. My Tao has advanced further, so my current strength is beyond your imagination. The primal Chaos Overlord sneered. In an instant, countless primal chaos was like countless torrents, directly smashing the entire space, and then directly sweeping towards Yi Shiwen. It was simply too terrifying. This flood drowned out everything, as if countless gods were pouncing over to kill. The momentum of the mystic ability was vast and boundless. A few rays of light flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes, and then the aura of his entire body also rose wildly. In that instant he moved, and his hands glowed with countless golden lights, setting himself off as if he was cast in gold. Boom! Yi Shiwen's hands directly tore apart this mystic ability torrent in the air, and it couldn't get close to him at all. Immediately after, Yi Shiwen didn't retreat, but instead took a step forward, directly rushing towards the primal Chaos Overlord. Yi Shiwen's current aura was too terrifying, almost 10 times stronger than before, directly surpassing the limits of a peak heavenly venerable, suddenly leaping into the domain of a half-step sovereign. His entire body flew over, as if he could smash the entire world into pieces. You can actually reach this level without wearing the Great Fortune robe. This time, the primal chaos overlord was really shocked. Yi Shiwen, who wore the Great Fortune robe and used the Sword of Destiny, had the combat strength of a half-step sovereign. This was not surprising to him, as he had seen it before. He also had to admit that Yi Shiwen was indeed very powerful, surpassing any heavenly venerable since ancient times. Even he wasn't this fierce in the past. However, he still didn't expect that Yi Shiwen could actually have the combat strength of a half-step sovereign with just his heavenly venerable body, which was the most terrifying. No wonder Yi Shiwen dared to challenge him without wearing the Great Fortune robe. No wonder he dared to go deep into the Chaos Divine Dynasty, not afraid of breaking into a tiger's den. At this moment, all the doubts that the primal chaos overlord had before were resolved, and all the things that he didn't understand suddenly became clear. However, he was still angry that Yi Shiwen dared to look down on him like this, something that even the fate creation Heavenly Lord had never done. What's so strange about this? You're not the only one who has improved in the past 10,000 years. Now, I'll let you see how far I can go in the past 10,000 years. Yi Shiwen roared, and his entire body suddenly blasted down like a missile. Martial Supreme Seal. Yi Shiwen displayed the seal technique of the Martial Supreme Seal, and at the same time, a seal ribbon appeared in his hand. It was the Martial Supreme Seal. A terrifying and boundless power was released from the Martial Supreme Seal, and then it ruthlessly smashed down on the primal chaos overlord. In that instant, boundless power was released from the revered Martial Seal. It was the 3,000 Great Daos. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 Great Daos had greatly improved in the past 10,000 years. Each of them had terrifying power. Bang! This blow directly blasted into the domain of the primal chaos overlord. Boom! A peerless collision broke out, and the aura of chaos directly collided with the 3,000 Great Daos, annihilating time and space and annihilating everything. An incomparably terrifying energy wave directly swept out from the place where the two sides collided. Yi Shiwen held the Martial Supreme Seal in his hand and directly pierced through everything, penetrating the domain of the primal chaos overlord, and then directly blasted into the body of the primal chaos overlord. Bang! This terrifying power was too shocking, and it directly blasted into the primal chaos overlord on the spot. Drip, drip, drip. Drops of blood dripped down, and the blood splattered endlessly in the void. This person was none other than the primal chaos overlord. His chest was directly swept by Yi Shiwen's Martial Supreme Seal, and a huge crack appeared. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been blasted into pieces by Yi Shiwen's move. How dare you hurt me? The eyes of the primal chaos overlord instantly turned blood red, and then in an instant he attacked again. Like a star crossing the sky, it was swift and fierce, and as he raised his hand, the weather changed. Then his hands turned into a terrifying attack, and directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen. Stubborn fool! Yi Shiwen sneered, and then also attacked. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and then turned into a terrifying attack, directly bombarding out like a golden dragon. Bang! It was another earth-shattering collision, and the world shook violently. Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation, fist, once again blasted into the body of the primal chaos overlord. The primal chaos overlord let out another muffled groan, and his body flew out. Then his entire body flew out, and his flesh was torn apart on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. Chapter 3797. Another move, and another heavy injury. The primal chaos overlord was heavily injured again, and he was furious to the extreme. He thought that victory was in his grasp, and he thought that he could easily take down Yi Shiwen. At the very least, he could seriously injure Yi Shiwen and force him to flee. After all, he was the only half-step sovereign in the Fortune realm. Although Qin Zun appeared briefly, he didn't plan to stay for long, so he quickly left. Therefore, in the fortune realm, he had the final say. Moreover, he felt that as long as he moved quickly enough, he could unify the world before Qin Zun returned. Then, even Qin Zun would have many opponents in front of him. As the true ruler of the world, he would have the protection of the heavenly Tao. In the same realm, Qin Zun would not be able to defeat him. This was the only thing he could think of. Previously, Qin Zun had blocked the attack of six-peak half-step sovereigns from the ancient era by himself. What kind of terrifying strength was that? If it were him, even now, he wouldn't have the confidence to do so. There was a gap. Therefore, he could only take advantage of the time difference. By the time Qin Zun returned, it would be useless. In fact, as time passed, when he stepped into the sovereign realm, it would be obvious who would kill who. But he didn't expect that before his great cause of unifying the world could begin, he would stumble at the first step. He couldn't overcome the first stumbling block with Yi Shiwen. He was directly taught a lesson by Yi Shiwen. In the past 10,000 years, he had made great progress. Not only did he recover to his peak, but he also used the heavenly Tao to digest the power of the Lord of Supernatural. Compared to countless years ago, when he fought the fortune heavenly monarch, his strength was more than double. But the reality was that he was taught a lesson again. Moreover, it was different from the last time. Last time, Yi Shiwen had to wear the fortune treasure robe and hold the sword of fate to barely be able to fight him to a draw. Even so, he had a way to make Yi Shiwen bleed. But now, in the past 10,000 years, Yi Shiwen could casually beat him up. This meant that Yi Shiwen's progress in the past 10,000 years had reached an earth-shattering level. The only thing that could allow him to improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds was the benefits he obtained from the heavenly Tao. He didn't know how many benefits Yi Shiwen had received from the heavenly way, but he could completely infer that Yi Shiwen's contribution was at least several times more than his, since he had obtained such great benefits. It was conceivable how great the benefits Yi Shiwen had obtained were. He was still too careless. Roar! Chaos! Overlord roared. Although he knew that Yi Shiwen had become very powerful, it was almost impossible for him to give up like this. Since things had already come to this, how could he be content if he did not reach the final step? How could he be content if he could not stand shoulder to shoulder with the fortune creation, heavenly monarch? Yi Shiwen stood there quietly and didn't pursue further. He just said with a calm look on his face, "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. The rules I set in the future will be the rules of the good fortune world. If you don't believe me, you can try and challenge my rules." Yi Shiwen made this declaration in an incomparably tyrannical manner. He announced that the entire martial epoch would enter the era of martial Saint Yi Shiwen. What he said was a decree. Yi Shiwen originally didn't want to be so overbearing, but the Chaos Overlord wanted to enter the martial epoch together. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Since that was the case, then don't blame him for being so domineering. The current martial epoch definitely couldn't afford a new round of civil war. He wouldn't ignore anyone who wanted to start a war between the two sides. The rules you set are the rules of the good fortune world. Who do you think you are? The fortune creation, heavenly monarch? Seeing that Yi Shiwen didn't attack silently, the Chaos Overlord couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, he immediately became even more furious. Yi Shiwen simply didn't care about him, which was why he was so calm. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Although I'm not the fortune creation heavenly monarch, from now on, my words cannot be disobeyed in the good fortune world. I originally wanted to give you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite," Yi Shiwen said as he looked at the Chaos Overlord. His new plan appeared in his mind, and this plan absolutely couldn't fail. Boasting shamelessly, "I want to see how you are going to become the supreme of the martial epoch," the Chaos Overlord said as he looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a drop of golden liquid appeared. This is the golden light of merit in liquid form. I spent a lot of effort to condense this drop. Originally, I planned to use it to deal with Chinzun. I didn't expect to use it against you. The Chaos Overlord's words had a somewhat pitiful expression. Immediately after, he swallowed this drop of merit liquid into his stomach. In an instant, his physical body, which was severely injured by Yi Shiwen, also recovered. His body even emitted a kind of seven-colored light. Then, the Chaos Overlord's strength suddenly increased, wildly, dazzling and dazzling. An extremely horrifying aura was released. Yi Shiwen didn't stop it at all. He didn't intend to kill the Chaos Overlord. Otherwise, the Chaos Overlord would have died long ago. However, Yi Shiwen wanted to stop the Chaos Overlord's ambition and stop him from running amok. This was even more difficult than killing him. Boom! The Chaos Overlord flew over all of a sudden, and a horrifying attack broke out at once. It directly crushed towards Yi Shiwen. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. Everything was collapsing. Even this mysterious space, which had been reinforced by the Chaos Overlord many times, began to tremble violently in the face of such a horrifying attack by the Chaos Overlord. It was very likely to collapse. Facing the Chaos Overlord, who was obviously stronger than before, Yi Shiwen didn't panic at all. He also blasted out a 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Boom! 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 The two sides exchanged thousands of blows in an instant. The Chaos Overlord's aura soared into the sky. When he attacked, it was a mode of destruction. It was strong to the extreme. However, Yi Shiwen wasn't inferior at all. No matter how the Chaos Overlord attacked, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was fighting against it. All kinds of attacks directly collided with each other and directly rippled in this space. It wasn't known how long they fought like this. Even the Chaos Overlord himself felt desperate. No matter how he improved himself, he could always find that Yi Shiwen was steadily suppressing him. It was as if Yi Shiwen was using the Endless Realm. It was like an abyss. No matter how strong he was, it was useless because Yi Shiwen was always far stronger than him. This kind of thinking was really terrifying. Once he had such a thought, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Yi Shiwen again. Although the liquid condensed from the golden light of merit had amazing effects, it didn't mean that it would last forever. However, Yi Shiwen could suppress him by relying on his own strength. This was the most terrifying thing. Boom! Another loud noise came, and the two figures in the battle suddenly separated. One of the figures flew out. The Chaos Overlord was instantly blasted out. His entire body flew out and blood splattered. His body was directly scattered into pieces. Yi Shiwen's martial elder seal directly hit his chest. He was severely injured in an instant. Puff! The Chaos Overlord struggled for a while, and his body began to gradually recover. However, there was no way to recover quickly under the effect of the golden light of merit like before. Yi Shiwen appeared in front of the Chaos Overlord and said coldly, "How is it? Do you still want to continue fighting?" The Chaos Overlord's body reassembled, but he looked at Yi Shiwen coldly and said, "Well, I admit defeat. I'm really not your opponent now. You must have a purpose for not killing me. Tell me, what do you want?" The Chaos Overlord was not stupid. Yi Shiwen defeated him again and again, but he didn't kill him. There must be a plot. If it were him, with such an advantage, he would definitely kill the other party and solve all the problems once and for all. He didn't have the intention to continue fighting with Yi Shiwen, especially since Yi Shiwen didn't have the intention to kill him. In this case, how could he still have the intention to fight? At this time, Yi Shiwen was extremely terrifying in his eyes. He had fought many opponents, and Yi Shiwen was the most terrifying one. He was almost comparable to the Fortune Creation Heaven Lord who hadn't reached the Tao yet. At that time, the Fortune Creation Heaven Lord was already a half-step sovereign, and Yi Shiwen was only a heavenly master. It seemed that Yi Shiwen was even more terrifying than the fortune creation Heaven Lord. However, the Chaos Overlord didn't think so. Although Yi Shiwen looked very amazing at this time, this also meant that his future was destined to be more difficult than anyone else's, even more difficult than the fortune creation Heaven Lord's. In the future, he might not even be able to step into the half-step sovereign, although he was very powerful in the same realm. If he could never reach the supreme level, then everything would be meaningless. It could be said that the pros and cons were mixed. I didn't intend to be so aggressive, but since you don't take my word seriously, then I can only be impolite. Yi Shiwen said, "You can't compare to the fortune creation Heaven Lord on one point. He will never be afraid of any competitors. You will become stronger, and he will only become stronger. But you don't have that kind of breadth of mind." The Chaos Overlord looked at Yi Shiwen with a bitter smile. If he had known that Yi Shiwen had such terrifying strength, he would never have chosen to provoke Yi Shiwen's decree. Before this, who would have thought that as a half-step sovereign, he was actually not a match for a heavenly master? This was a real miracle. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" the Chaos Overlord said. "I only want you to announce that you will go into seclusion for 10 million years. During this period, the Chaos Divine Dynasty must listen to my orders." Chapter 3798. What? The Chaos Overlord is in seclusion? This news seemed to have grown wings and spread throughout the entire Fortune realm. This news spread to almost every expert in the Fortune realm. Originally, the Eastern Heavenly Venerate coming out of seclusion to inspect the world was already the focus of attention. Later, when the Eastern Heavenly Venerate calmed the potential disasters in various places, he personally went to the Chaos God capital. Yi Shiwen didn't hide himself, so everyone knew about this news. Everyone's eyes were on the Chaos God capital. The half-step rulers were the veteran half-step rulers of the Fortune realm, and Yi Shiwen was a rising star. Although he wasn't a half-step ruler, he was recognized to have the combat power of a half-step ruler. With these two people, the high-end combat power of the Fortune God Dynasty and the Chaos God Dynasty reached a new balance. Unlike the Heavenly Venerates, the half-step rulers were supreme existences who had the ability to influence the entire war. Every move of these two, even a sneeze, would attract the attention of the entire Fortune realm. The Chaos Overlord's actions were getting bigger and bigger, and there were signs of a large-scale invasion of the Fortune God Dynasty. Under such circumstances, the Eastern Heavenly Venerate directly came to the Chaos God capital. In the eyes of many people, this was a very unwise move. The Chaos God capital was the lair of the Chaos God Dynasty, who knew how many formations and boundaries were reinforced by the Chaos Overlord. It was definitely quite disadvantageous. However, the result was that the Chaos Overlord had been in seclusion for 10 million years. Obviously, he was forced to seal his mountain. They had already imagined a scene where Yi Shiwen came to the Chaos God capital, and the Chaos Overlord was defeated and forced to seal his mountain. It was obvious that the two of them had fought before, and the result was self-evident. Many experts of the Chaos God Dynasty couldn't accept this. In their hearts, the Chaos Overlord was almost an invincible existence, almost the next Fortune God Realm Lord. But now he was taught a lesson by Yi Shiwen. Although he wasn't defeated in public, he was forced to seal the mountain. This was already the result. They had always felt that the Chaos Overlord was definitely stronger than Yi Shiwen. After all, Yi Shiwen had never entered the ranks of the half-step rulers. This was Yi Shiwen's biggest disadvantage. However, reality directly slapped them in the face. It made them understand who the real ruler of this world was. Clearly, the true ruler of this world was not their Chaos Overlord, but the Fortune Divine Dynasty's Eastern Heavenly Venerate. This battle had once again solidified the supreme position of the Fortune God Dynasty. Even if the Chaos God Dynasty had wild ambitions, They had to keep their claws and teeth in front of the Fortune God dynasty and wait for the future. At least for now, they had no other choice. What really shocked the entire Chaos God dynasty, and even the entire Fortune God dynasty, was that the Chaos Overlord had not only gone into closed-door cultivation, but also announced that he would hand over the authority of the entire Chaos God dynasty to Yishuin, and let the Chaos God dynasty listen to Yishuin's orders. When this news came out, it really set off an uproar. This was especially true for those old Chaos Divine dynasties, Heavenly Venerables. The Chaos Divine dynasty's predecessor was the Outer Domain, and the Outer Domain and the Fortune Divine dynasty had been at loggerheads for hundreds of millions of years. It could be said that they had grown up with hatred for each other, and it could be said that the enmity between them was as deep as a sea of blood. Now, they actually had to listen to the orders of the Fortune God dynasty's Eastern Heavenly Venerables. This was even worse than killing them. Therefore, they almost rebelled collectively. The Chaos God dynasty had been established for more than 10,000 years. For these Chaos Divine dynasties, Heavenly Venerables and Emperors, it only occupied 1,000th of their long lifespan, or even 100,000th of their lives. They had no sense of belonging at all. If it were not for the Chaos Overlord suppressing them, they would not have acknowledged the Chaos God dynasty at all. Unlike the Fortune God dynasty, which had been established for many years, its prestige was deeply rooted in every corner of the Fortune God dynasty. Once the Fortune God dynasty made a decision, the local forces did not dare to object. Especially in these years, the strong rise of the Middle Heavenly Venerables and in the Eastern Heavenly Venerables had made the entire Fortune God dynasty's prestige reach its peak. It could be said that after the Fortune God Lord and the former Middle Heavenly Venerables left, the current Fortune God dynasty was at its most majestic. Heavenly Taoism, which dared to challenge the Fortune God dynasty in the past, did not dare to make any trouble now. They could only obediently bow their heads and obey the Fortune God dynasty's orders. On the other hand, the Chaos God dynasty did not have such a deep historical accumulation. Almost as soon as this news came out, almost all the experts in the Chaos God dynasty began to rebel. They flipped the table and refused to accept Yi Shiwen's leadership. But obviously, their opinions could not change anything. They were still too immersed in the glory of the past. If the ruler was a heavenly venerate, even a powerful and tyrannical heavenly venerate like the Middle Heavenly Venerables would not ignore the opinions of these heavenly venerables. They would even have to hold a heavenly venerables meeting to win the support of the heavenly venerables. But they had obviously forgotten that although Yi Shiwen was only a heavenly venerate, he was comparable to a half-step sovereign. How could he compromise with them? In the face of the surging emotions of the Chaos God dynasty, Yi Shiwen did not give in at all. He directly killed a dozen of the fiercest heavenly venerables. Each of these heavenly venerables was a high-ranking feudal lord in the Chaos God dynasty. Even the orders of the Chaos God dynasty might not be obeyed, let alone an outsider. However, Yi Shiwen was not the Chaos Overlord. In the face of these people who opposed him, Yi Shiwen directly killed them. He killed them completely with the most ruthless means when they were at their fiercest. At this time, even the heavenly venerables of the Chaos God dynasty, who were the most tactless, also quieted down. After the initial anger, they had calmed down. Originally, they were angry and did not think about it properly. Now that they thought about it, they really felt a sense of horror. Originally, they only thought that the Chaos Overlord was forced to seal his mountain for closed-door training. But now that they thought about it, they were afraid that it was not as simple as Yi Shiwen having the upper hand in the battle. If the Chaos Overlord was only at a disadvantage, he would not have sealed his mountain for thousands of years and made the Chaos God dynasty listen to Yi Shiwen's orders. Obviously, he was not only at a disadvantage, but he should have been defeated. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. It might even be a threat to his life. If the Chaos Overlord's attack might be a little light, then, for Yi Shiwen, there was no need to hold back at all. he could just casually attack and kill directly. As for the Chaos Overlord, or rather, the entire Chaos God dynasty was in a closed state. Even if such an earth-shattering event happened, the Chaos Overlord did not take action, whether they were willing or not. According to the decree left by the Chaos Overlord, they could only obey Yi Shiwen's orders, especially in the current situation where the situation was stronger than the person. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen also subsequently expressed that he would not enter the Chaos God dynasty, nor would he merge the Chaos God dynasty into the Fortune God dynasty. This was the problem that the big shots of the Chaos God dynasty were most worried about. Now that Yi Shiwen had assured them that he wouldn't do such a thing, they couldn't help but feel a little relieved. But then they felt depressed. Judging from the current situation, Yi Shiwen clearly wanted to use them as laborers. He did not intend to merge the Chaos God dynasty into the Fortune God dynasty, but he wanted to rule the Chaos God dynasty. Obviously, there was something that he wanted them to do, but now they had no choice but to bow their heads. After announcing his dominance over the Chaos Divine dynasty, Yi Shiwen didn't ask them to do anything immediately as they had expected, because at this time he had a guest. This person was none other than Qin Zun, who had left for 10,000 years. In the depths of the divine court of Buzhou Mountain, two figures sat opposite each other. The two had met previously in a hurry and basically did not communicate. But now they finally had the time to talk. And Qin Zun's arrival did not alarm anyone, nor did he intend to make it known to everyone. Taoism friend, are you done with your business? Yi Shiwen picked up the teacup and took a sip of the immortal tea. He immediately felt the fragrance lingering in his mouth. And opposite him, Qin Zun just smiled slightly and said, "There is no such thing as finished. I am always on the road. The human race has flourished a lot in your hands. Now it is even the world's #1 race. You are indeed much stronger than me," Qin Zun said with emotion. Ever since he came to the Fortune God realm, he did not have many interactions with the human race. He was almost always in a state of bustling about. That's just a piece of cake, compared to you, fellow Taoist, who led the human race back to the position of one of the 3 strongest races in the universe. Your means and ability are also amazing. What I did is nothing, Yi Shiwen said lightly. To be honest, he did not spend too much effort on the development of the entire human race. Many times, as his cultivation level increased, the strength of the human race also rose along with it. There were too many things that a top expert could change. Let's not talk about these things for now, but your cultivation level is also amazing. You can actually defeat a half-step ruler as a heavenly master. It is indeed amazing. Qin Zun looked at Yi Shiwen and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This was something that even he could not do, but Yi Shiwen did. It is just a mix of pros and cons. I believe that Taoism friend can also see that my road ahead is difficult, much more difficult than the average person's. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Your road is indeed much more difficult than the average person's. I will now point out a path for you. Are you willing to listen? Qin Zun looked at Yi Shiwen and said, Taoism friend, let me hear it. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, he knew that this time, Qin Zun would not return for no reason. There must be a reason. Otherwise, why would Qin Zun suddenly return after leaving the Fortune God realm for so many years? It was not like it was a world-destroying event like before. Do you know the origin of that half-moon immortal lord? Chapter 3799. Do you know the origin of that half-moon immortal lord? Qin Zun looked at Yi Shiwen and asked, I really don't know about that. Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, in fact, he knew very little about these veteran half-step sovereigns, let alone half-moon immortal lord, who didn't even know about the primal chaos overlord. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. There were many unreasonable things about him, many things that Yi Shiwen didn't understand. For example, he was this epic's heavenly venerate, But as far as Yishuan knew, the only place where one could achieve Tao in this epoch was the martial epoch. Only the martial epoch had the complete heavenly Tao, and the beings from the martial epoch had the hope of reaching half-step sovereigns or even sovereigns. There was almost no such possibility for people from other ancient epochs, but Half-Moon Immortal Lord had appeared like this, which was very strange in itself. This was also the fundamental reason why Yi Shiwen risked his life to protect the martial epoch. It was not that simple, but at the same time he was also preserving his Tao. In this aspect, I have been cultivating in the primal chaos for a long time, so I might know more than you. Qin Zun said with a faint smile, I think you should be very clear about the epoch replacement. Once the epoch replacement occurs, not only the current epoch, like the martial epoch, will be destroyed, but even those ancient epochs will be greatly affected. It is even possible that they will be directly destroyed when the epoch replacement occurs. This kind of thing is not rare since ancient times. Qin Zun said, but in the universe, not all places will be affected by the epoch replacement. There is such a place. Yi Shiwen's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, in the primal chaos, there are two holy lands. One is the eternal holy land. The other is the eternal holy land. These two holy lands are like the eternal sun. No matter how the epoch replacement occurs, no matter how the primal chaos changes, these two holy lands will not be affected. Qin Zun said, there is such a place. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly. The epoch replacement, the shaking of the world, is the righteous path of heaven and earth, and it will affect the entire primal chaos. Even if you escape to the edge of the universe, it will be useless. How can there be a place that is not affected? Although Shao Chen had not experienced the epoch replacement before, he was very clear that he could not destroy the martial epoch with his current strength. However, the power of the epoch replacement could. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it was. However, there was actually a place that could resist this mighty force. This was very frightening. He couldn't imagine how terrifying such a place was. To be able to pass through the great cataclysm after great cataclysm and alternation of eras without the slightest injury. He simply didn't dare to imagine how deep the foundation of such a place was. Such a place was truly frightening. Could it be that Half-Moon Immortal Monarch came from the two holy lands? Yi Shiwen could not help but ask. That's right, this Half-Moon Immortal Monarch came from the eternal sacred ground. He's one of the top experts of this era. Qin Zun nodded. To be able to nurture half-step sovereigns, could it be that the laws of this eternal sacred ground are complete? Yi Shiwen asked. Even if it's not complete, it's almost there. This eternal sacred ground has existed for more than 20 epochs. In other words, it already existed before the epoch replacement. Moreover, 20 epochs is definitely not its limit. You can imagine how terrifying such a place is. Qin Zun's expression was solemn as he said, from what I know, this eternal sacred land was once established by a few sovereigns. At first, it was a place for these sovereigns to comprehend the Tao. Later on, it slowly evolved into a sacred land. In the beginning, there were only those few sovereigns. Later on, as the epochs changed, other sovereigns entered the eternal sacred land one after another, ruling it for a period of time. These sovereigns continuously mended the heavenly Tao of the eternal sacred ground, allowing it to give birth to people like half-step sovereigns. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this. What a terrifying place! The martial epoch had only given birth to a fortune heavenly lord. Even so, he was still powerful for a time in the distant past. The eternal sacred ground, which had many sovereigns as its sovereigns, was an existence that would shock the world. So the eternal sacred ground is similar. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and said, the sudden appearance of these two holy lands had made him feel restless and uneasy, especially when the Half-Moon Immortal Monarch from the eternal sacred ground was clearly hostile and had attacked the fortune world. He had to pay more attention. He had a feeling that both the eternal sacred ground and the eternal sacred ground would inevitably become enemies in the end. There was no reason for this. It was purely an intuition. No, I should say that the eternal sacred ground is stronger than the eternal sacred ground. Qin Zun said confidently. Yi Xuan finally understood. For Qin Zun to say this so confidently, the eternal sacred ground could only be stronger than the eternal sacred ground. Furthermore, it was clearly much stronger, which was why he was so confident. The eternal sacred ground was already so strong, let alone the eternal sacred ground, which was even stronger. But if there is such a sacred ground in the primal chaos, why haven't I heard of it before? Yi Xuan asked. He wasn't doubting Qin Zun's words. He just found it strange that he hadn't heard of such a place before, because these two sacred grounds usually don't show themselves. They revolve around one place, so ordinary people don't know about them. Qin Zun said, they only appear together at one time when the epoch changes. Every time the epoch changes, they will appear to plunder the epoch's luck, resources, and so on. Hiss! Yi Xuan sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill run down his spine. He felt like he was being targeted by a terrifying monster. Be it the eternal sacred land or the eternal sacred land, they were both terrifying. If he was targeted by them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just the half-moon immortal lord alone had nearly caused the entire martial epoch to fall. If the entire eternal sacred ground made a move, wouldn't the martial epoch be finished? So, the eternal sacred ground is supporting the half-moon immortal lord this time? Yi Xuan asked. That's not it. If the eternal sacred land were to make a move, they wouldn't just have this kind of lineup. After more than 20 epochs of accumulation, the eternal sacred land has so many peak experts that you can't even imagine. Generally speaking, the experts of the eternal sacred land won't come out. They will only come out to harvest when the epoch changes. Qin Zun's words sent a chill down Yi Xuan's spine. The word harvest made the already terrifying situation even more profound. He could imagine that the eternal sacred ground usually didn't come out, but when it did, it would strike like lightning. No matter how horrifying the current epoch was, it wouldn't be able to stop it. That was just the half-moon immortal lord acting on his own initiative. In reality, neither the eternal sacred ground nor the eternal sacred ground would attack the current epoch for no reason. Firstly, it's because the current epoch is not to be trifled with, especially when it's at its peak. The heavenly Tao is even more terrifying. Attacking forcefully would only result in severe injuries. It's better to wait until the epoch changes before making a move. Secondly, it's because they want to rear pigs. Do you know how to rear pigs? In their eyes, the martial epoch is a fattened pig. Although the half-moon immortal lord acted on his own initiative, it represents the thoughts of a considerable number of people. When the pig is fattened, it should be killed. He's just the first person to make a move. As Qin Zun spoke, a cold smile appeared on his face. Yi Xuan felt that he had come into contact with an unprecedented realm. To dare to rear a current epoch like a pig and kill it like a pig, how arrogant and confident was this person? I've heard that you've destroyed other ancient epochs, right? The martial epoch's heavenly Tao devours other ancient epochs to become stronger and survive longer. In fact, what the two sacred grounds are doing is the same. They keep devouring the current epoch's heavenly Tao to survive. Because they're much smaller than the current epoch, they only need to devour a portion of the current epoch's heavenly Tao to survive. Qin Zun said. Yi Xuan immediately understood what Qin Zun said. The two sacred grounds' goal was very clear. The two sacred grounds' eternal existence was not without a price. It was just that this price would be transferred to the current epoch, making the current epoch pay for their eternal existence. Originally, this matter didn't seem to have anything to do with Yi Xuan. But now that he was the ruler of the martial epoch, both the eternal sacred ground and the eternal sacred ground were his enemies. At the thought of facing such a powerful opponent, the pressure on him suddenly increased a lot. According to the information I've gathered, the two sacred grounds had many conflicts in the early years to compete for the current epic's heavenly Tao. There were even ruler-level battles. Later, to avoid a situation where the two sacred grounds could fall at the same time, the two sides drew a boundary. Each sacred ground would rule for one epoch, and this epoch happened to belong to the eternal sacred ground, and the next epoch's ruler would belong to the eternal sacred ground. Qin Zun said with a cold smile, "They're completely treating us like pigs. They don't care about us at all. Ruling an epoch? What a big appetite." Yi Shiwen said coldly. He could instinctively feel a great threat. Being reared like a pig, he couldn't eat or sleep in peace. "But you said that the two sacred grounds revolve around a place? What place is that?" Chapter 3800. But you just said that the two holy lands revolve around a place? What is that place? Qin Zun shook his head and said, "That place is said to be related to the secret of the origin of the universe. But no one knows what it is exactly. Only the sovereigns might know what it means. Now, it's not just me. It can be said that the two holy lands and even the entire primal chaos are looking for the secret. I understand. This is the secret that all the sovereigns are looking for. Naturally, others are very interested in it." Yi Shiwen nodded and said, he would also be very interested if he were in Qin Zun's shoes. In reality, the universe's epochs are constantly changing, and every time it changes, there are heavy casualties. Many rulers and half-step rulers are searching for ways to prevent the universe's change. If they could prevent the universe's change, they wouldn't be living like this. Qin Zun said. Yi Shiwen paused for a moment, and then said, "Even if we've cultivated to our realm, we're still struggling to survive and live longer. We're ultimately unable to truly transcend. However, you entered the primal chaos very quickly after you arrived in the fortune world. Do you know the whereabouts of the Lord of Fortune Heaven?" Qin Zun shook his head and said, "By the time I arrived, the fortune creation, heavenly monarch, had already disappeared for countless years. Even after I entered the primal chaos, I was still able to obtain very little information about the fortune creation, heavenly monarch. After all, I'm not a member of the two holy lands, so it's impossible for me to read their records. However, as far as I know, the fortune creation, heavenly monarch, fought his way into that mysterious place. Judging from the records, the fortune creation, heavenly monarch, seemed to have come to the two holy lands in search of a way to make the martial epoch last forever. He wanted to enter that mysterious place, but he was obstructed by the two holy lands. In the end, a great battle broke out, and the fortune creation, heavenly monarch, fought his way into that mysterious place. Yi Shiwen could imagine how grand that scene was. They were both sovereigns, but it was obvious that Lord of Fortune Heaven was stronger. He suppressed two sovereigns of the two holy lands. But why are these two holy lands obstructing the fortune, heavenly monarch? Haven't these two holy lands also been occupied by sovereigns after their establishment? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask in a somewhat strange manner. That's not something I can know. There are many things that I don't know about, and I don't know what kind of secret the two holy lands are keeping. But it's obviously not something good. Otherwise they wouldn't have angered heavenly monarch fortune. Qin Zun shook his head. Half-step sovereigns might seem illustrious, but compared to sovereigns, they were still far inferior. There were many things that sovereigns wanted to keep secret, but it was hard for them to find out. Yi Shiwen knew that there was such a secret. The two holy lands had taken turns to harvest the world, and regarded all living beings as pigs and sheep. Daoist friend is talking about my future path. Could it be in these two holy lands? Yi Shiwen immediately guessed where the future path that Qin Zun had mentioned was. That's right, it's in the two holy lands. Daoist friend, your strength is admittedly very strong, and you can even contend with ordinary half-step sovereigns, but it's useless if you can't step into the sovereign realm. Half-step sovereigns can be useful, but they're also useless. Qin Zun looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "In the two holy lands, those who have the foundation to achieve Tao will have the opportunity to break through and become sovereigns." It spouted out from that mysterious place, and only once every several eras or even dozens of eras. And some half-step sovereigns who are good at calculation have made painstaking efforts to calculate that there's an opportunity to achieve Tao in that place. Qin Zun continued, "You want to cooperate with me?" Yi Shiwen looked at Qin Zun and said, "Smart. It's easy to talk to smart people." This time, that mysterious place spouted out the foundation to achieve Tao, and even the sovereigns may participate in it. Although those sovereigns have disappeared for a long time, it's not impossible for them to appear again. Although the two holy lands are also divided into many factions, they will still form a group to compete for it. And I'm alone, so I need a helper, and you're the one who can help me. Ordinary people can't help much in that kind of competition, such as chaotic overlord. Now that you've touched this level of strength, you should also understand that even among half-step sovereigns, there are strong and weak ones. Qin Zun said, "The allies I need are the best of the best. All right, I have no choice. If I want to break through on my own, I don't know how many years it'll take." Yi Shiwen nodded and said, just as chaotic overlord and Qin Zun said, his path was far more difficult than that of ordinary people. He had made great contributions to the martial epoch, so his breakthrough would not be obstructed by the martial epoch. In other words, there would not be a heavenly tribulation. He could use the qi of merit to offset it, but it did not mean that he could smoothly break through. In fact, things were far more difficult than Yi Shiwen had thought before. He had to rely on external forces, especially after knowing the existence of the two holy lands. It made him feel uneasy to eat and sleep. If he could not break through earlier, the consequences might be unimaginable. "Great, this matter has begun. I'll come and find you," Qin Zun said. "But before that, I also have something that I need your help with." Yi Shiwen said, "You still need my help with something? Is there anything in the entire fortune realm that you can't handle now? Even the Chaos God dynasty has to listen to your command, right?" Qin Zun said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Now, Yi Shiwen could be considered to have overwhelming power. Even the Fortune Heaven Monarch did not extend his hand to the Chaos God dynasty. Of course, the Fortune Heaven Monarch did not need to do so. "Because I want to go on an expedition to the ancient epoch." Yi Shiwen spat out his purpose word by word. "Originally, I wanted to cooperate with Chaotic Overlord, but he was too ambitious and did not want to stop. So, I could only force him to seal his mountain." Yi Shiwen said. Qin Zun's expression suddenly turned grave. He looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "You left the Chaotic Overlord behind to leave a trump card for the martial epoch, right?" "That's right. Although he is ambitious, he is still a person of the martial epoch. At the same time, he is also a half-step ruler. He is strong enough. When necessary, he might become a trump card. The current martial epoch looks strong, but in fact, it is unprecedentedly weak. This war proved that only half-step rulers can really make a difference. No matter how many heavenly venerables there are, it is meaningless. Otherwise, I would have killed him long ago." Yi Shiwen said, "You really think far ahead and are very broad-minded. It might even be possible for you to become the next fortune creation, Heavenly Lord," Qin Zun said with a faint smile. "However, what you want to do is probably very difficult. It might even incite the anger of the ancient epoch." Yi Shiwen stretched out 3 fingers and said, "I have 3 reasons for doing this. First, I want everyone to know that the consequences of provoking the martial epoch are not something they can bear. Second, as you know, although we won the war earlier, the fortune world suffered great damage. The martial epoch's heavenly Tao also suffered severe damage. If this continues, the martial epoch will only be able to survive for 1 billion years at most before it disintegrates. Only by destroying more ancient epochs can the martial epoch continue to survive. Third, if I want a breakthrough, I need more golden light of virtue. Only with sufficient golden light of virtue can I support my breakthrough. So, no matter how you look at it, this expedition is unavoidable. Originally, I wanted to do it alone. Now that I have your help, it will undoubtedly be much simpler. Although some things are very difficult, I still have to do it. Yi Shiwen looked at Qin Zun and said, "Now that you have heard my reasons, tell me your decision. Are you going to help me? Or what?" "I'll help you this time. After all, I don't want the martial epic to be destroyed. If that happens, the consequences will be too severe, especially when I have not truly transcended." Qin Zun said with a nod, "In that case, let's prepare to set off. I will take care of the majority. You just need to help me by the side." Soon, a decree was issued from Mount Buzhou and spread throughout the world overnight. The person who issued this decree was none other than Yi Shiwen himself. He requested that all the major factions, be it the Fortune Divine Dynasty or the Primal Chaos Divine Dynasty, send 1/3 of their elites to form a joint army. And the target of this army was none other than the ancient era. Yi Shiwen did not hide his purpose. The mobilization of this level of army could not be hidden from others. In that case, he might as well announce it to the world. Instantly, the whole world was shocked. At this moment, everyone understood why Yi Shiwen wanted to take over the power of the Primal Chaos Divine Dynasty. He needed the Primal Chaos Divine Dynasty's power, and he also wanted to prevent the Primal Chaos Divine Dynasty from hindering him during the expedition. When this news came out, the whole world was talking about it. No one thought that Yi Shiwen's ambition was so great that he actually wanted to go on an expedition to the ancient era. It was not that the Fortune Divine Dynasty did not go on an expedition to the ancient era. However, at that time, it was led by the Fate Creation Heaven Monarch. With the strength of the Fate Creation Heaven Monarch, he naturally killed all the gods and Buddhas in his way. There was no difficulty at all. However, it did not mean that Yi Shiwen could do it. However, Yi Shiwen's banner was for revenge. More than 10,000 years ago, the martial epic nearly fell. Those ancient epics all had a part in it. Now, it was time for the martial epic to take revenge. Chapter 3801. This expedition to the ancient era was a vengeance against the ancient era. When this slogan was shouted, the entire martial epic went into an uproar. In reality, although more than 10,000 years had passed, 10,000 years was not a particularly long period of time for many experts who had great accomplishments in cultivation. It was not enough for them to forget this blood feud. That war was too tragic. Too many great clans were uprooted. They were completely annihilated, and not a single one managed to escape. It was even different from the war between the Chaos God Dynasty and the Fortune God Dynasty. Although it was also tragic, it was not to the point of killing everyone. Recruiting each other to surrender was a very common thing. This was because they were fighting for the right to rule this world. It was not necessary for the other side to die without a burial place. However, when the ancient era invaded the martial epic, they not only wanted to kill everyone, but also wanted to destroy the martial epic. Therefore, the ruthlessness of both sides could not be mentioned in the same breath. Even those super sects and super powerful clans that had Empyreans overseeing them had suffered great losses this time. In the war 10,000 years ago, more than half of their forces were lost or severely injured. Those who suffered lesser losses still suffered more than 1/3 of their forces. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen had acted fast enough. Otherwise, they would have been completely annihilated. Although they were strong, they were also the targets of the ancient era. Every clan had to face the attacks of the ancient era, which was several times stronger than them. The losses were huge. Over the past 10,000 years, many of them had recovered. The younger generation was still as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River. However, the god kings, quasi-emperors, and sovereign emperors who had been killed would not be able to recover in 10,000 years. They naturally would not be willing to let go of such a deep blood feud. However, with the strength of the martial epic, They had enough defense, but not enough offense. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they had no way to start. Now, Yi Shiwen provided them with an opportunity. Even if some heavenly venerables were not willing to risk their lives in the primal chaos, they had to consider it when the lower levels were filled with anger. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's decree had become an irresistible decree in the fortune world. The fate of the Chaos Overlord who resisted Yi Shiwen's decree made many people understand that they couldn't resist Yi Shiwen's decree. Therefore, under Yi Shiwen's decree, the entire fortune realm began to move rapidly, whether they were willing or unwilling. All the tribes and great sects began to mobilize their most elite troops wherever Yi Shiwen's decree passed. Moreover, 1/3 of the troops had been transferred. Perhaps 1/3 of a great sect's army wasn't too much, but if 1/3 of the entire fortune world's army was mobilized, one could imagine how terrifying the scene would be. Such a large-scale mobilization of the army could not be hidden from others. Soon, the various ancient epics learned of the martial epic's actions. They also learned of Yi Shiwen's decree. The entire primal chaos was in an uproar. What is the martial epic trying to do? Could it be that they really intend to take revenge on the entire ancient epic? Can he afford to pay such a price? They are seeking death. We should kill that Eastern venerate of the martial epic and make them pay the price. They actually dared to go on an expedition to the chaos without the protection of the martial epic's heavenly law. What are they? When many powerful existences heard this news, their angry roars nearly spread throughout the entire primal chaos. These powerful existences in the primal chaos felt as if they were being provoked. They had existed in the primal chaos for countless years, especially the many ancient epics. They had survived so many great catastrophes. Now, they were actually being threatened by an up-and-coming epic. If it was the fortune creation heavenly monarch, they would have taken a step back. However, an Eastern heavenly venerate from a mere martial epic's fortune divine dynasty actually dared to openly provoke them. In their opinion, this was simply intolerable. In order to deal with the martial epic's actions, the entire primal chaos began to mobilize. Countless powerhouses returned, and countless ancient epics mobilized their elite troops. This was because they did not know what the martial epic's target was. There were also many ancient epics that wanted to link up and teach the martial epic a ruthless lesson. They wanted the martial epic to understand that they were not easy to deal with. If they wanted to touch the martial epic, they had to be prepared to lose a tooth. Just when the entire primal chaos was seething because of Yi Shiwen's decree, Yi Shiwen finally made an appearance in the fortune realm. The elite troops of the various races and factions gathered from all over the primal chaos. The number was simply unimaginable. Hundreds of millions of elite troops gathered at Mount Buzhou. Of course, no matter how big Mount Buzhou was, there was no way it could accommodate so many elite troops. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen had already made preparations. He had opened up an independent space, which was able to accommodate so many troops. With Yi Shiwen's command, the troops turned into a monstrous torrent that crushed into the endless primal chaos. Such a lineup was enough to crush any ancient epic. The energy that could uproot an ancient epic burst out. The terror of the current epic erupted all at once. In this mighty torrent, there were countless figures of imperial monarchs and heavenly venerables. With the existence of these extreme Tao experts, this army could cross the primal chaos safely. Primal chaos war beasts, war fortresses, and countless warships filled the sky. From a distance, it looked endless and extremely terrifying. This time it was not the Fortune Divine Dynasty alone, but the Primal Chaos Divine Dynasty. It was extremely horrifying. Seeing such a large army, many ancient epics were dumbfounded. An army of this scale definitely did not just want to take revenge. They probably had the intention of destroying the epic. This was different from the last time when the Middle Heavenly Venerables destroyed the 7th Gold Epic. That time, they entered quietly and did not alarm anyone. Although an epic was destroyed that way, it was not too shocking. It did not mean that the martial epic wanted to declare war on the other ancient epics. However, now the martial epic sent out a majestic army to crush those ancient epics. What are they doing? Are they really going to declare war on all our ancient epics? An ancient epic's prime asked in shock and anger. These words were just to console himself. If the ancient epics could unite, then they would not have to fear the martial epic. However, that was impossible. That was why they were so shocked and angry at the martial epic's expedition. It would definitely be a reign of terror, a bloodbath in the primal chaos. Clearly, the martial epic planned to take revenge in one go. All the epics involved might suffer the martial epic's revenge. These ancient epics would not work together. Some even thought of letting other epics take the brunt of it. When the martial epic finished taking revenge, it would naturally end. Even people with low intelligence knew that the martial epic could not really oppose the ancient epics in the primal chaos and slaughter them all. It was just the same as before, taking revenge for the ancient epics, attacking the martial epic. The army marched majestically through the primal chaos. Aside from some epics that had rulers before, all the ancient epics in the primal chaos panicked. They hid their epics at the edge of the primal chaos, trying to prevent Yi Shiwen from finding their epics. However, it was useless. During the martial epic's counterattack, not all the ancient epics experts died. Some managed to escape. When these people returned to their epics, they had already exposed their epics. This allowed the martial epic to grasp the locations of many ancient epics. This was something that had never happened before, as every ancient epic did their best to hide their location. Otherwise, they might end up being targeted by the other ancient epics, or even the current epic. The seventh gold epic exposed its location, so it was destroyed. This was a lesson learned through blood and tears. At first, they had not noticed that their position had been exposed. For more than 10,000 years, the martial epic had not taken revenge. Now that the martial epic's revenge had arrived, they immediately felt anxious. However, it was not easy to hide an epic, even if it was a broken epic. They could not stop the martial epic's army for a while. After traveling through the universe for more than a month, the army finally arrived outside an ancient epic. No matter how this ancient epic hid itself, even with the barriers and formations laid by many half-step rulers, it could not block Yi Shiwen's sight. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, everlasting universe, appear! Yi Shiwen roared. Immediately, the true appearance of this epic appeared before the martial epic's army. This epic had many worlds connected to each other. It was extremely prosperous. Although it was a world on the verge of destruction and was not as prosperous as the martial epic, it was still very shocking. These ancient epics could survive the great shattering time and time again. How could they not have some tricks up their sleeves? However, at this moment, they were all exposed to the martial epic's army. This epic immediately panicked. Countless strong auras surged. They all sensed the invasion of external enemies and were bullied right at their doorstep. Everyone rose up and fought to the death. A great battle instantly erupted. Chapter 3802. A huge battle instantly erupted. The boundless martial epic's army directly invaded this epic. Yi Shiwen took the lead, forming hand seals as he muttered something. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a talisman flew into the sky. This was the heaven sealing talisman that the fortune creation Heavenly Lord refined in the past. It was used to seal the heavenly Tao. It was similar to the heaven sealing formation that the half-moon immortal Lord used to seal the martial epics heavenly Tao back then. The half-moon immortal Lord found it so difficult and took so long to prepare because the martial epics heavenly Tao was much stronger than the ancient epics heavenly Tao. Furthermore, the half-moon immortal Lord not only intended to seal the martial epics heavenly Tao, but also to force out the martial epics heavenly Tao and kill it. Hence, the process was much more complicated than Yi Shiwen's. Back then, The Middle Heavenly Venerate had used the heaven-sealing talisman to seal the seventh metal epic's heavenly Tao. However, at that time, he had to rely on his own strength to do all this. It had been incredibly strenuous. It was not like Yi Shiwen now. He could mobilize the entire martial epic strength, so it was not that difficult. Furthermore, Yi Shiwen's magic energy was far beyond what a Middle Heavenly Venerate could compare to. Hence, the ancient epic's heavenly Tao had been sealed in an instant. With the power of the heavenly Tao sealed, the entire epic started to crumble. All sorts of natural disasters erupted. The countless life forms of this epic were utterly dumbfounded. Every epic had experts and weaklings. These ordinary life forms did not know what was going on. Following that, the martial epic's army swept in like a flood. In this epic, countless auras surged, and many experts flew out. Armies formed into groups and organized. Yi Shiwen did not hide his tracks, so they were already prepared. However, how could they stop the martial epic's allied army, which was already incredibly powerful in the first place? The allied army of the Fortune Divine Dynasty and the Primal Chaos Divine Dynasty was much stronger than the total strength of this epic. Aside from the Middle Heavenly Venerate, who remained to guard the martial epic, the Northern Heavenly Venerate, the Western Heavenly Venerate, Sun City's City Lord, and the others followed the army and started a frenzied massacre. There were also many human races, sovereign emperors on the battlefield, including the Phoenix Ancestor, the Dead King, Emperor Mo, and so on. Yi Shiwen had brought almost all the human races, core sovereign emperors. This was a death expedition with a high degree of danger. But at the same time, it was also a journey to temper oneself, and it could greatly temper oneself. Therefore, Yi Shiwen had brought them along. It would be best if someone could make a breakthrough and advance into the Heavenly Master Realm during this series of expeditions. Furthermore, such a huge battle would contribute to the martial epic. There would be golden light of beneficence descending. Naturally, there would be many benefits in the end. The heavenly tribulations of heavenly venerates would be much weaker, even vanishing in the end. This was the martial epic encouraging people to make great contributions. Everywhere the martial epic's army passed, the epic crumbled, and countless lives died miserably. Yi Shiwen only had a cold look in his eyes as he watched. This primal chaos was crueler than anyone could imagine. Since these ancient epics dared to attack the martial epic, they had to be prepared for this. Those who killed would be killed. Finally, the frenzied massacre and the cries of countless lives finally forced out one of this epic's ancestors. That was an extremely strong half-step sovereign. He normally slept in the depths of this epic. In order to reduce the flow of time and decrease his lifespan, he did not casually unseal himself. The time law played a huge role here. Time flowed unprecedentedly slow. He was waiting for the final great age to arrive. If not for the martial epic's army startling him, he might have fallen in his eternal sleep. No matter how long these half-step sovereigns lived, they would still fall one day. Roar! A horrifying figure flew out and grabbed with a huge hand. It was like a millstone that could destroy the world as it smashed down on the martial epic's army. If this palm strike landed, the 100 million martial epic soldiers would instantly die. Suddenly, a startling sword rainbow appeared in the primal chaos. It seemed to cross the entire primal chaos and instantly collided with that huge hand. Rumble! The entire hand instantly exploded and turned into a clump of primal chaos chi that scattered. That figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a majestic figure but 3 eyes. His hair stood on end as he watched the scene in front of him. He felt incomparable rage. His epic was about to be invaded and his people were about to be slaughtered. However, he did not care about the ordinary martial epic's army. Even peak heavenly venerables were nothing in his eyes. He stared at the youth sitting in the center of the Fortune Divine Dynasty's army. That youth was the one who could truly threaten him. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of heaven? The middle-aged man glared at Yi Shiwen. Wrath of heaven. Yi Shiwen found it funny. Perhaps he had wanted to ask the same question back then. But in the end, the winner took all. Everything was useless. When your epic invaded our martial epoch, did you ever think of the wrath of heaven? It was just the winner taking all. Yi Shiwen said, "What's the point of saying all this? It's just a battle. If you can defeat me, you can save your epoch. If you fail, your epoch will be destroyed. You say the wrath of heaven? This is the will of heaven. The heavens are using me to destroy your epoch." Yi Shiwen's expression turned even colder. Everything is your epoch's fault for being greedy and participating in a battle that you shouldn't have participated in, Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. It's time and fate. You're right. Since we participated in the war to attack the martial epoch, this day will come sooner or later. The half-step sovereign's expression turned even colder. But if you think you can do whatever you want in this primal chaos, then you're gravely mistaken, Yi Shiwen sneered and said, I'm not arrogant yet, but this time your epoch will die without a doubt. Use your death to pay for what you've done. Let's go to the primal chaos. Or do you want to start a massacre here? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. He didn't choose to start a massacre here. If he fought in the primal chaos, as long as he defeated Yi Shiwen, he might have a chance to survive. This was how the martial epoch was, after killing all the half-step sovereigns who invaded. Although the other armies were still terrifying, they could no longer defy the heavens. His figure appeared in the distant primal chaos. The dense killing intent on his body was enough to kill any creature that appeared in front of him. Yi Shiwen soon appeared in the primal chaos, facing him from a distance. The middle-aged man wasn't the only one who wanted to capture the ringleader first. Yi Shiwen had the same idea. As long as they killed this middle-aged man, the collapse of this epoch would be right in front of them. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people, Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The entire primal chaos shook violently because of Yi Shiwen's shout. Three-eyed deity, the middle-aged man roared, and the aura on his body instantly surged. In an instant, it sublimated to the extreme. He didn't intend to waste any more time talking nonsense with Yi Shiwen. He immediately sublimated a few times, even if it would threaten his limited lifespan. He was going to attack with all his strength. The endless primal chaos erupted in an instant. His entire body was emitting a terrifying immortal light. The entire universe collapsed. His palm turned into a huge seal and slammed down on Yi Shiwen. This kind of great technique was too terrifying. It could penetrate the world with one strike. Look at my seal technique. Let's see whose is more brilliant, Yi Shiwen shouted. His right hand also turned into a martial supremacy seal. This seal technique contained 3,000 martial das and possessed shocking strength. Boom! The two seals collided in the air. Both were peerless seal techniques. It was difficult to distinguish which was superior. However, there was a difference between the two of them. The two seals from both sides collided. Time and space directly spread out in a special way, as if they had directly pierced through the void and swept through the heaven and earth, as if they were going to recreate the world. Bang! A figure flew out. It was the three-eyed deity. It was just a collision, but the three-eyed deity was sent flying. He kept coughing up blood. This was not considered fatal for him at his peak. However, it was undoubtedly a huge pressure for him now. His body's recovery speed was not at its peak. The strength that he had forcibly raised just now was not able to withstand a single blow from Yi Shiwen. Cough, cough, cough. The three-eyed deity kept coughing up blood. His internal organs had been shattered by Yi Shiwen's attack. His injuries were a little serious. He looked at Yi Shiwen with eyes full of horror. He could feel that Yi Shiwen was clearly just a celestial master. How could he become so terrifying? A heavenly master actually had the strength of a half-step ruler. This in itself was shocking enough. Roar! The three-eyed deity roared. His whole body rose again. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. For himself and for his era, he was going all out. The whole scene looked extremely tragic. However, Yi Shiwen's expression was even more indifferent. He did not care about the life and death of these people. Stubborn, a cornered beast is still fighting. Yi Shiwen's big hand directly evolved into a martial supremacy seal. This was his method of achieving the Tao. 3,000 martial Taos turned into 3,000 streaks and turned into a terrifying torrent that once again suppressed the three-eyed deity. Chapter 3803. Yi Shiwen did not show any mercy in the face of three-eyed divinity's counterattack. He summoned his martial supreme seal and slammed it down. The martial supreme seal had already become a half-step sovereign Tao tool under the blessing of the golden light of merit. Its power was comparable to the sword of destiny. Because it was his life Tao tool, it was more compatible with his Tao. Yi Shiwen's Tao was the 3,000 martial Taos. Many other techniques and martial arts were evolved from the 3,000 martial Taos. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist used to be the demon monarch's martial art. Now, it had been incorporated into Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial Taos. Among Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial Taos, there was the law of fist. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was one of the countless fist techniques of fist Tao. Yi Shiwen had gotten used to it. Moreover, unless it was a heaven-defying technique like the universe creation palm, there wasn't much of a difference to him. He had already mastered the 3,000 martial Taos. Any martial art was just a carrier of his 3,000 martial Taos. This was a sign that the cultivation of the Great Path had reached an essential level. It was terrifying. Boom! Yi Shiwen's martial supreme seal slammed down. The terrifying power suppressed three-eyed divinity's resistance. Boom! 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 Three-eyed God roared unceasingly. He burned his own life force in an attempt to break free from Yi Shiwen's suppression. However, it was useless. Every time he counterattacked, Yi Shiwen would suppress him. He gradually discovered that the area he could move in was getting smaller and smaller. The 3,000 martial arts had turned into countless streaks of light, which directly limited the area he could move in. It was getting smaller and smaller, but there was no other way. He realized how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. Yi Shiwen had cultivated for 10,000 years. He wasn't like 10,000 years ago. Back then, he had to use all his strength to fight against a half-step sovereign. He even had to use a method that would injure both sides to kill his opponent. But now, with just a wave of his hand, he was able to trap a half-step sovereign realm expert, crushing all of his resistance. What kind of ferocious ability was this? Although three-eyed divinity wasn't at his peak, he was stronger than heavenless demon monarch and the others. Yi Shiwen's terror was obvious, truly unfathomable. The three-eyed god realized that Yi Shiwen would exhaust him to death if this continued. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to pose any threat to Yi Shiwen. I'll fight it out with you. Even if I die, even if my era falls, you'll be buried with me. Venerable three-eyed god roared, and the divine radiance on his body skyrocketed by more than 10 times. He burned his life to the extreme and turned into a mass of terrifying divine radiance. Then he crashed into the barrier cage formed by Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial principles. Originally, his attack could only shake the barrier cage at most. It was impossible to break this barrier cage. It was even more impossible to hurt Yi Shiwen, who was standing outside the barrier cage. However, this attack was too terrifying. It was like an attack that could create the world. It destroyed everything. The world shook violently. The primal chaos was drowned by this endless divine light. At this time, the armies and experts of the 2 eras who were fighting were stunned. Yi Shiwen and three-eyed deity had regarded the desolate edge of the universe as the place to fight. However, this didn't prevent them from feeling the suffocating aura. It was simply too shocking. Is this a fight between half-step sovereigns? Among the many Empyreans, only the Western Empyrean felt it the most. She had been seriously injured and missed the world-destroying battle. She could only feel the monstrous aura in her seclusion area, as well as the world-shaking battles. However, how could that kind of indirect feeling compare to experiencing it personally? It also made her feel the huge gap between her and Yi Shiwen, old ancestor. Many creatures of this era were in grief as they watched Venerable Three-Eyed burn his entire life force to break through the barrier cage that Yi Shiwen had set up. Venerable Three-Eyed rushed in front of Yi Shiwen. His aura was also burning to the extreme. It was terrifying to the extreme. He burned his life to attack in exchange for the opportunity to come in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen could see the sorrow on his face. It was the same as when he had tried his best to kill Granny Ghost, Heavenless Demon Monarch, and Violent Evil Corpse Venerable. He had also tried his best. However, miracles couldn't be created every time. Venerable Three-Eyed rushed in front of Yi Shiwen with a sinister smile on his face. He had exhausted everything in order to exchange for this opportunity. The third eye on the top of his head suddenly opened, and an earth-shattering energy erupted from it. It seemed as if it had transformed into a torrent that could penetrate the heavens and the earth. It swept towards Yi Shiwen and submerged him. Ha ha ha! Even if I die, you will die with me. Venerable Three-Eyed laughed loudly. This was his trump card. Although his life force was exhausted and he couldn't launch another wave of attacks, this terrifying attack hidden in the third eye was his final trump card. This eye had been accumulating energy since a few eras ago. Every time he cultivated, a portion of his energy would be absorbed by the third eye. Moreover, he hadn't opened his eye even once in the last few eras, so it was obvious how shocking and terrifying the energy contained within his third eye was. It had the power to destroy the world. He believed that even a sovereign would die if he took this attack unguarded. However, he heard a cold voice before he could finish laughing. Is this your trump card? No wonder you burned your life force to rush in front of me. It's quite powerful. If it was an ordinary person, they would have fallen into your trap. However, it's a pity that your tricks are laughable in front of me. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed out of the void and pinched the terrifying flood into nothingness. The energy that could destroy the world didn't pose any threat to Yi Shiwen in the end. Yi Shiwen's figure walked out of the chaos. The attack just now didn't pose any threat to him. Impossible! This is impossible! Venerable Three-Eyed's eyes widened. He had used all his strength to attack, but it failed just like that? He thought that he could succeed. However, there weren't many miracles in this world. If everyone could create miracles, then miracles wouldn't be called miracles. He recalled that he was also a person who was good at creating miracles in the past. The old world will eventually fall. Let the past return to the past. Yi Shiwen sighed softly. The sword of fate appeared in his hand. He waved it gently, and Venerable Three-Eyed's head flew into the air. His spirit was killed along with it. Venerable Three-Eyed had fallen. Then Yi Shiwen grabbed the corpse of Three-Eyed God and poured the water into the world tree. It seemed as if the world tree had obtained a great tonic. It was unknown how much taller its body had grown, even though it was already tens of thousands of feet tall. Even though he had yet to transcend the half-step sovereign realm, he was still a half-step sovereign realm expert. Just this half-step sovereign realm expert was already much stronger than ordinary experts. Even though Hierarch Three-Eyed's blood energy had deteriorated and was no longer at its peak, that was only relative to himself. In reality, his blood energy was still as vast as the ocean. With the fall of Venerable Three-Eyed, this epic could no longer resist the martial epic's army. This was a one-sided massacre. Without the protection of half-step sovereigns, and with the heavenly Tao sealed, it was simply a path to death for them. Even if they fought to the death, even if they were prepared to die, Even if they fought with the determination to die, in reality it was still meaningless, just like in the martial epic. If Yi Shiwen hadn't killed those half-step sovereigns, the martial epic's resistance would have been pointless. Countless martial epic's armies swept out like a raging tide, destroying one world after another. Mountains, rivers, seas, basins, plateaus, the sky, the universe, stars, everything was within the scope of destruction. As more and more of this epic was destroyed, the epic's heavenly Tao grew weaker. This was because the heavenly Tao of any epic was the sum of that epic's strength. If this epic's strength was weakened, it meant that the epic was weakened as well. Yi Shiwen didn't interfere again. Instead, he stood at the side and presided over the sealing of this epic's heavenly Tao. Countless martial epics' elite experts plundered to their heart's content. Boundless wealth and resources all fell into their hands. Half of them were to be handed over to Yi Shiwen, which was to be handed over to the Fortune Divine Dynasty. Yi Shiwen allowed them to keep the rest. This stimulated the morale of the martial epic's elite army. Seeing that it was time, Yi Shiwen waved his hand, and 10 heavenly venerates stepped forward. Then they formed a large formation and chanted, infusing all their magic power into this formation. Immediately, an incredibly horrifying will crossed the primal chaos and descended upon this epic. This was none other than the martial epic's heavenly Tao's will. Now that this epic's heavenly Tao was weakened to its limit, it was time to draw down the martial epic's heavenly Tao's will. This epic's heavenly Tao's heavenly Tao was truly weakened to its limit. Now that the martial epic's heavenly Tao's heavenly Tao descended, it instantly scattered. The remaining remnant couldn't stop the martial epic's heavenly Tao's from devouring it. After 10 days and 10 nights, this epic's heavenly Tao's was finally devoured by the martial epic's heavenly Tao's will. An epic fell. Chapter 3804. With the fall of this epic's heavenly Tao, it was only a matter of time before this epic fell. Without the protection of the heavenly Tao, this epic looked like it was going to collapse. It was like the end of the epic had arrived. The martial epic's army swept in to bury the last glory of this epic. Countless natural treasures hidden by the heavenly Tao also appeared after the collapse. Everyone in the martial epic's army gained a lot of benefits. Their morale soared even higher. After the destruction of this epic, the martial epic's army did not stop. Instead, they moved on to the next epic. The martial epic's horrifying accumulations and strength were vividly displayed at this moment. Although they only mobilized less than 1/3 of their strength, it was still a disaster for those ancient epics. An epic fell just like that. It could be said that the three-eyed divine venerate was killed by Yi Shiwen without being able to retaliate at all. This battle shocked the entire primal chaos. In reality, there had always been people following behind the martial epic's army. They were all spies sent by the various epics. Of course, under such circumstances, ordinary people were not qualified to be spies unless they had already advanced to heavenly venerate. Otherwise, they would not even be able to follow from afar. The result of this battle spread to the various great epics at the fastest speed, which shocked them. Although they knew that the martial epic was far stronger than the ancient epic, the speed at which the ancient epic was destroyed still shocked them. Most importantly, it made them feel fear. It even reminded them of the fear of being dominated by the fortune creation Heavenly Lord. That was an unparalleled period of darkness. Under the leadership of the fortune creation Heavenly Lord, the fortune creation Divine Dynasty had reached an unimaginable level. Those who were born later might not be able to imagine how strong the fortune creation Heavenly Lord was at that time. The ancient epic was eradicated without any resistance. They could only tremble before the divine might of the fortune creation Divine Dynasty. At that time, the fortune creation Divine Dynasties might reached its peak. The fortune creation Heavenly Lord even suppressed a ruler expert. That was a truly world-shaking battle. Now, the martial epic alliance army led by Yi Shiwen, was only lacking a ruler-level expert compared to the force that made the entire primal chaos tremble in the past. Although there was only a slight difference, it could be a world of difference. Even so, the current martial epic army was already very horrifying. After destroying an epic, Yi Shiwen and the martial epic's army did not stop. Their anger had not been vented yet. Just the destruction of an epic was not enough to make them stop. Soon, all the great epics received more information. In the second era, the heavenly Tao didn't even last for a month before it completely fell. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The heavenly Tao of this era fell, and a half-step sovereign appeared in this era. However, he wasn't as strong as the three-eyed deity and was killed by Yi Shiwen. The third era also fell. The epic collapsed, and the heavenly Tao was swallowed by the martial epic's heavenly Tao. It only took 3 days for this era to weaken to the extreme. They didn't even have a half-step sovereign anymore. They were only slightly stronger than the 7th gold epic that Yi Shiwen had destroyed. 3 consecutive epics were destroyed, but the martial epic showed no signs of stopping. This made the people of the other epics anxious. The idea of sacrificing some of the ancient epics to preserve the majority of the ancient epics began to waver. It seemed like Yi Shiwen showed no signs of stopping. After setting off a huge uproar, the undercurrents quickly began to surge. Within the endless primal chaos, an army was traversing through the primal chaos. Around this army, countless runes flickered with light, protecting this army from being harmed by the primal chaos. Some of the creatures living in the primal chaos didn't even dare to approach. This army was truly terrifying. In the middle of the army, in front of a flight of stairs, Yi Shiwen stood upright like a spear, as if he was soaring into the sky. Beside him, Western Tianzuan, Heaven City Lord, and the others stood on this flight of stairs. Eastern Tianzuan, are you confident in this battle? Western Tianzuan asked Yi Shiwen's figure in front of him. I've been preparing for a long time. Moreover, it's not like we don't have any trump cards. Now that I've destroyed 3 ancient epics, they should have made up their minds. It's normal for the weak to unite, Yi Shiwen said faintly. His eyes gazed into the distance, as if he could see through the entire primal chaos. When the other Tianzuan heard Yi Shiwen say this, they immediately relaxed a little. They were also peak figures, and ordinary things wouldn't be able to move them. However, this was different. According to their estimates, Yi Shiwen had destroyed 3 ancient epics, and there were no signs of stopping. The remaining ancient epics would probably unite. Although the martial epic was terrifying if they killed Yi Shiwen, who was their leader, the rest would undoubtedly be much simpler. After all, Yi Shiwen, who could casually kill half-step sovereigns, was their biggest threat. Therefore, when the time came, Yi Shiwen would likely have to face several half-step sovereigns working together. Any one of those half-step sovereigns would be a huge threat to them, let alone several of them. If Yi Shiwen failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since you are confident, then we can rest assured. Heaven City's city, Lord said. Although he had competed with Yi Shiwen before, he could no longer catch up to Yi Shiwen now. Yi Shiwen's strength was already unfathomable. He could only lower his head and walk this path. Yes, this time at least try to destroy a few more ancient epics. For our martial epic, the existence of these ancient epics is a malignant tumor. They are hidden dangers. Normally, they don't seem to be much, and they don't dare to make any moves. However, once something big happens, such as the situation with Half Moon Immortal Lord, they will completely erupt. It's too dangerous. The more we eliminate, the safer the martial epic will be. Yi Shiwen's eyes became increasingly sharp as he said this. Yes. All the heavenly venerables nodded. The battle 10,000 years ago made them understand how much damage the ancient epics could cause. It was simply unimaginable. You just need to act according to the plan. I will destroy them in this battle. Yi Shiwen stood with his hands behind his back. His tone was full of confidence. "Martial Saint, you really dare to come and die." An extremely cold voice came from the primal chaos. The boundless might that accompanied the voice stirred the martial epic's allied armies. That rumbling voice boomed in everyone's hearts, shaking the entire primal chaos like a huge wave, shaking everyone's hearts. Yi Shiwen smiled coldly. He waved his hand, and countless martial talismans flew up and formed a huge barrier, protecting the martial epic's army within it. They would not be affected. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Yi Shiwen looked into the distance and saw a huge beast in the primal chaos. This beast was hundreds of millions of meters long, like a huge star standing in the primal chaos. Its entire body gave off a five-colored light. It was like the true god of the primal chaos. One movement from it could suppress the entire primal chaos. The shocking thing was that this huge beast had 9 heads. 9 represented the extreme number of heaven and earth. It also represented a kind of great Tao. This was actually a half-step ruler. It had 9 heads on its neck. It looked like it had reached its limit. However, if it grew 10 heads one day, it would mean that it had broken through to the ruler realm. 9 was the extreme number of heaven and earth, but 10 was a perfect number. It represented another kind of realm. Even so, this ferocious beast was already extremely horrifying. It could deter the entire martial epic's army by itself. They did not dare to approach it. "You want to kill me alone?" Yi Shiwen's gaze was cold. He looked at this 9-headed ferocious beast as if he did not care about it at all. That 9-headed ferocious beast had a cold expression. A cold, murderous intent appeared on its 9 heads. No one had ever dared to speak to it so arrogantly. "What if you count me in?" Suddenly, as soon as he finished speaking, another figure appeared. It was a robust man in golden armor. His entire body was emitting a crimson glow. Upon closer inspection, it was not a crimson glow, but a bloody aura. The air was filled with the smell of blood. It was unknown how many creatures had been killed to be able to fill the air with such a bloody aura. Perhaps it had crossed epochs after epoch, reaching a point that made people tremble in fear. This man in golden armor held a long spear in his hand. The tip of the spear directly suppressed the primal chaos. It looked extremely horrifying. He was a terrifying existence that brought eternal death. Around him, there seemed to be an incomparably huge battlefield. On the battlefield, countless corpses formed a path to the highest point. Countless white bones and corpses were scattered all over the place. It was a terrifying sight to behold. And he stood in the middle of the battlefield. It seemed like he could turn the entire primal chaos into a battlefield like that. "Another one?" Yi Shiwen said with a slight smile. "But unfortunately it's not enough. It's still not enough." Yi Shiwen shouted. The entire primal chaos trembled under his shout. Countless people were shocked, especially the celestial venerable scouts from the various epochs. They were extremely shocked. 2 half-step rulers were actually not enough in Yi Shiwen's words. It was still not enough. Chapter 3805. To these heavenly venerate spies, they felt that Yi Shiwen was crazy. Any half-step ruler was unimaginably strong, not to mention 2 of them. Even if Yi Shiwen was very strong, he wouldn't dare to say that he could defeat 2 of them, not to mention that he wasn't strong enough. "I think you've really lost your mind." The man in golden armor said coldly as he looked at Yi Shiwen. "Since you want to fight, then let's fight to our heart's content. Do you want to watch from the sidelines? If you want to kill me, then come down." Yi Shiwen flew out of the martial epic's army and into the primal chaos. His figure flashed, and he appeared in the depths of the primal chaos. His eyes scanned the entire primal chaos. Clearly, he was thinking of something. The martial epic's army also started to get restless. Half-step rulers appeared one after another. Now, according to Yi Shiwen, there were actually more than 2 of them. I didn't expect you to be able to sense my presence. However, this can't change the fact that you will die today." Suddenly, another figure appeared. This person looked like an ordinary farmer. He wore coarse hemp clothes. If one didn't look carefully, one would think that he had just come out from a farm. "Where did you come from?" Yi Shiwen said with a smirk. "Martial Saint, you've killed too much. Do you know that going too far is as bad as not going far enough? You've already destroyed 3 epics. Isn't that enough?" The old farmer sighed and said, "If you back off now, I can make the decision to let you go. You don't have to die." "Ha ha ha, too much killing?" Yi Shiwen laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke. "When you ancient epics attacked my martial epic, did you step forward to stop them? Now you're telling me that you've killed too much? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" The old farmer only sighed and said, stubborn, "It looks like it's heaven's will that you die here today." Yi Shiwen smiled coldly and said, "You want to kill me? It's not enough to rely on words. Let's see how capable you are. Indeed, your words are very good, but what's the use? You will die today. We are not those half-step rulers who are no longer at their peak." A sigh resounded. An ancient war chariot came from the depths of the primal chaos, as if it had crossed the river of time and arrived at the other end of time. A figure was sitting upright on this ancient chariot. It was a jade-like person who was only half as tall as Yi Shiwen. His entire body was made of jade, and he was emitting a kind of fine light that suppressed the entire chaos. Even though he wasn't tall, who would dare to look down on him? They only felt that he was incomparably terrifying and powerful. Wu Zun, as an Empyrean, you can actually kill half-step sovereigns. You are indeed powerful, but bullying those old half-step sovereigns is not right. You will grow old in the future. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" At this moment, the gigantic beast spoke. His voice rumbled, causing the entire primal chaos to tremble violently. "Aren't you afraid that someone will use their youth and vigor to bully you in your old age?" Yi Shiwen smiled coldly and said, "Am I the one who forced them to attack the martial epic? Besides, I don't believe in the future. I only believe in the present. 10,000 years is too long. I will seize every moment. Cut the crap. Tell me your names. I don't kill nameless people." Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. "Nine-headed, holy venerate," the nine-headed beast said. "Supreme war venerate," the man in golden armor said in a low voice. "Me. I haven't mentioned my name in a long time. I think it's Imperial Killer. It doesn't matter. Isn't a name just a code? What can I do?" The old man, dressed like an old farmer, slowly opened his mouth. He looked like an old farmer, but his honorific title was full of killing intent. There were only wrong names, but there was no wrong honorific title. "Remember, the one who killed you is Jade Monarch," the small figure on the ancient war chariot shouted, causing the entire primal chaos to tremble. His entire body flickered with endless green light. Behind him, his black hair flowed like a river of stars. Then the ancient war chariot under him suddenly moved and turned into a torrent, cutting through the entire primal chaos in an instant and blasting towards Yi Shiwen. The ancient war chariot under him was a half-step Dominator Dao tool. He had integrated his entire being into this ancient war chariot. From the beginning of the epic to the end, he was unstoppable and unstoppable. This incomparably terrifying blow swept directly towards Yi Shiwen, intending to kill him in an instant. I haven't seen Jade Monarch's Jade War Chariot for too many years. It's even more powerful than before. At this moment, the Imperial Killer's expression became even more serious. He could also feel how terrifying Jade Monarch's Jade War Chariot was. If a world was hit by it, it would probably collapse on the spot. The boundless, jade-like color drowned everything in its path. Facing such a terrifying attack, Yi Shiwen's body seemed to be frozen in the primal chaos, not moving an inch. Boom! This jade chariot directly collided with Yi Shiwen's body. However, Yi Shiwen stretched out his big hand and firmly blocked this jade chariot that was directly bombarding towards him. Waves of golden aura burst out from Yi Shiwen's body. Every molecule of this aura was evolving the martial Tao laws, and there was a shocking, great technique brewing within it. Jade Monarch, who was sitting in the war chariot, could not help but be slightly shocked when he saw that Yi Shiwen was able to block his jade war chariot with his bare hands. Once his jade war chariot charged forward, even a half-step dominator who was extremely proficient in body cultivation would not dare to block it with bare hands. Without a doubt, it was suicide. However, not only did Yi Shiwen accept it, but he also accepted it directly without any hesitation. Thousands of runes flew out. Yi Shiwen's martial Tao laws collided with Jade Monarch's jade-colored laws. It was like a terrifying tide sweeping out, colliding with each other and obliterating each other. Then it was quickly extinguished and submerged into the primal chaos. In the primal chaos, there was no concept of up, down, left, or right. But now, the two of them had killed their way out. Do you think it's over just like that? Jade Monarch sneered. His smile was a bit ferocious. He was different from those half-step dominators who were no longer at their peak. There was nothing to be afraid of when he attacked. Boom! His jade war chariot suddenly turned into an endless hell. It directly swallowed Yi Shiwen, turning it into an endless hell. This jade war chariot had another name, which was Hell War Chariot. It was like a realm of hell, and it could destroy any enemy. Countless evil spirits crawled out of this terrifying hell, crawling directly towards Yi Shiwen, wanting to devour him completely. Yi Shiwen sneered. Jade Monarch in front of him clearly cultivated two Tao laws. But the two Tao laws were completely integrated, and their power was greatly increased. This was already very terrifying for ordinary people. But in front of Jade Monarch, it was simply showing off in front of an expert. Yi Shiwen's strength did not only integrate two Tao laws, but also directly integrated 3,000 martial Tao laws. This kind of method was not worth mentioning in front of Jade Monarch. Expiate person scripture! Yi Shiwen shouted loudly, and the sound of endless chanting of the Heart Sutra reverberated throughout the void. It was the soul-cleansing scripture. Endless golden rays of light were released, purifying those malicious ghosts. Those evil spirits were all souls that Jade Monarch had slaughtered in the past. After these souls died, they were still enslaved by Jade Monarch. But now, they were directly expiated by Yi Shiwen in an instant. You still want to kill me with this kind of method? Yi Shiwen sneered. This is just the beginning. Jade Monarch sneered. His body directly turned into a green light, blasting towards Yi Shiwen. In an instant, thousands of attacks were unleashed, and Yi Shiwen was submerged in them. Boom! 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 Countless attacks fell directly on Yi Shiwen's body. Each attack was incomparably heavy. The good fortune treasure robe appeared on Yi Shiwen's body. However, each of Jade Monarch's attacks could penetrate the good fortune treasure robe. This was incomparable to the good fortune treasure robe that Heavenless Demon Monarch and the others had risked their lives to penetrate. A true peak half-step ruler and an old half-step ruler were not the same concept at all. Jade Monarch's strength is getting stronger and stronger. In the future, there may be a chance to fight for the opportunity to achieve Tao. One of the 9 heads of the 9-headed holy sage said, looking at the 9 heads from afar, it was a great deterrent. The other 2 were also moved when they saw the scene. Unlike the old half-step rulers, they still had a chance to go one step further. Although the chances were slim, it was not impossible, so they paid extra attention. Suddenly, rays of golden light directly tore through the green torrent. Then they heard Yi Shiwen's cold shout. You still want to kill me with this level of strength? Aren't you being too ridiculous? As soon as the words left his mouth, The three half-step sovereigns felt a terrifying energy surge out from within. This energy grew stronger and stronger, becoming more and more terrifying. Very quickly, it gathered into a torrent that tore the green light barrier apart. Then, an incomparably huge seal appeared from within. Martial Supreme Seal. A huge seal descended from the sky and directly blasted into the blue light curtain, directly hitting a person and sending him flying. Chapter 3806. That person was none other than the Jade Monarch. The Jade Monarch's attack was too weak for Yi Shiwen. It couldn't hurt Yi Shiwen at all. The Jade Monarch was sent flying with a single punch. Yi Shiwen was too strong. He was extremely strong. No one knew how many benefits he had obtained from the martial epic's heavenly way after he had saved the martial epic. Perhaps only he knew. This was the benefit of the current era. Suddenly, an incomparably huge beast claw descended from the void at this moment. It was going to trample Yi Shiwen to death. It was an incomparably terrifying aura. The nine-headed Holy Venerable made his move at this crucial moment. Boom! This attack directly fell on Yi Shiwen's body, and a terrifying chaotic frenzy erupted, drowning everything. Eastern Heavenly Venerable. Many people from the martial epic exclaimed. This attack was too accurate. The moment Yi Shiwen made his move, the nine-headed Holy Venerable had already used up all his strength. This attack was going to disrupt Yi Shiwen's rhythm and severely injure him. Moreover, this kind of fighting technique was too humiliating. It was going to trample on Yi Shiwen's head. However, just as everyone was exclaiming in surprise, they saw an earth-shattering sword light sweep across the entire chaos. The entire chaos was cut open, and the entire beast claw was pierced in an instant. Bang! The beast claw turned into a bloody mist in an instant. It was obvious that the nine-headed Holy Venerable was at a disadvantage in such a collision. Yi Shiwen's sword slashed his front claw into pieces. Yi Shiwen was still as strong and unparalleled as before. He wasn't going to shed blood in the chaos like many people thought. Yi Shiwen held the sword of destiny in his hand. His eyes and expression were even colder. You want to sneak attack me? If even you can't stop me, how am I going to pacify those ancient eras? You're too arrogant. It's already a miracle that you've reached this stage as a heavenly venerable. How dare you be so arrogant now? At that moment, the Imperial War Venerate was like a peerless war god that had awakened. His terrifying aura spread throughout the entire primal chaos. In that 1,000th of a second, a long spear instantly arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. This attack directly smashed the chaos. Even time was smashed. It turned into crystals all over the sky. It was terrifying to the extreme. Yi Shiwen wasn't afraid in the slightest. His hand transformed into a revered martial seal and went up to meet the attack. A long spear directly pierced through everything, but it couldn't reach Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts principles turned into a huge cage, locking everyone, locking down all the attacks coming towards Yi Shiwen. Young man, don't be so murderous. At this time, Yi Shiwen heard the sigh of the Imperial Killer. His voice hadn't even faded when the Imperial Killer suddenly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. His attack had transcended time, space, and all boundaries. It was able to directly penetrate through the barrier cage formed by Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts techniques. Yi Shiwen didn't know when the Imperial Killer had arrived before him. His attacks were truly terrifying. Bang! The Imperial Killer's peerless attack landed 3 inches in front of Yi Shiwen, unable to advance any further. At this time, the good fortune robe appeared on Yi Shiwen's body. After that battle, Yi Shiwen's strength had increased tremendously. In fact, there were very few people who could force him to use the good fortune robe. What? The Imperial Killer's eyes flashed with a bit of astonishment. It seemed that he didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be so strong. He didn't hold back in this peerless attack, but it couldn't break through the robe on Yi Shiwen's body. This is the good fortune robe, the Tao tool that the fortune, heavenly monarch, carried with him. At this time, the imperial killer finally understood why Yi Shiwen dared to fight against 4 people. He had one trump card after another, and there was no time for him to use them all. The defensive power of the good fortune robe alone was unimaginable. Back then, Yi Shiwen's cultivation was far from his current level, and he couldn't display much of the good fortune robe's power. However, with the defensive power of the good fortune robe alone, Yi Shiwen could fight against half-step sovereigns, let alone now. It's a little too late to realize it now. Yi Shiwen sneered, and at this time he directly slapped out with his big hand. Universe Creation Palm. When Yi Shiwen's palm fell, it was as if the entire universe had been rotated and absorbed into his palm. Then it turned into a thunderous attack, directly falling down. Boom! The entire primordial chaos was blown apart. This attack shook both ancient and modern times. Even in the battles between half-step sovereigns, there was rarely such a terrifying attack. As the universe creation palm fell, the entire river of time actually appeared in the primordial chaos. Not good. When the imperial killer saw this scene, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He retreated again and again, but soon discovered that no matter how he retreated, it was of no use at all. The universe creation palm directly sealed all the space, sealing all the primordial chaos. He could even only watch as the universe creation palm fell directly. In his eyes, the speed at which the cosmic creation palm was falling was extremely slow. It could be said that he could only see the cosmic creation palm falling bit by bit, but in the eyes of others, it was simply extremely fast. In an instant, it had fallen. This was not an illusion, it was the truth. Because the universe creation palm directly separated the entire primordial chaos into 2 parts, time still flowed at a normal speed outside. But inside the universe creation palm, the flow of time had been slowed down. The universe creation palm could not only seal space, but it could also isolate time. It was a supreme creation technique. Bang! The imperial killer was directly hit, and a loud explosion sounded. The imperial killer was directly hit, and in an instant, the imperial killer was directly hit, and then directly exploded on the spot. Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm was simply too frightening. The imperial killer's body reformed in the distance, but his face was a lot paler. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries in the previous attack. He no longer looked like an old farmer from before. On the contrary, his entire body began to straighten, and a crazy killing intent was released from his body. He used the killing path to prove his Tao, and along the way it was unknown how many living beings he had killed. And now, all of it had turned into his terrifying aura and power. It was extremely frightening. After being seriously injured by Yi Shiwen's attack, he no longer held back. On the contrary, his entire aura had risen to the peak. You will regret forcing me to reveal my true form. Your true form? So what? No matter how much you erupt, you will still die in the end. Yi Shiwen sneered, not taking the imperial killer's words to heart at all. Young man, I think you'd better not underestimate the imperial killer's words. Otherwise, you will regret it. Even I dare not ignore his words. The 9-headed holy sage said in a low voice. Unknowingly, several half-step sovereigns had already surrounded Yi Shiwen. So what if I ignore him? You might be afraid of him, but I'm not. If I were in the same realm as you, killing you would be a piece of cake. Yi Shiwen said directly, not taking it to heart at all. I don't think you will have that chance. Jade, Sovereign roared. His jade chariot charged forward. It was indeed terrifying. It had an earth-shattering power. That kind of aura was absolutely matchless. If it was an ordinary celestial venerable trying to stop it, it would be akin to seeking death. I think so too. At that moment, the 9-headed holy sage let out a long roar, and 9 of his heads simultaneously shone with the light of magical laws. Each of his 9 heads carried the 9 most basic laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, time, and space. These 9 basic laws manifested in his 9 heads, and now all of them erupted at once, turning into a terrifying attack that could even kill everything in an instant. On the other side, the Heavenly Emperor War Venerable's spear swept through everything like a primal chaos dragon, directly sweeping towards Yixuan. The killing emperor's figure disappeared once again. His boundless killing intention had evolved into all kinds of unique techniques and magical powers when he reappeared, and these techniques poured down towards Yixuan like quicksilver. Rumble. The attacks of 4 half-step sovereigns drowned out everything. That horrifying attack caused the entire world to rumble and tremble, turning the primal chaos into complete chaos. Everyone's vision was blocked, and no one knew what was happening inside. Eastern Heavenly Venerable. In the martial epic's army, the Western Heavenly Venerable and the others did their best to open their eyes, wanting to see the current situation clearly. This was especially so for the martial epic's army. Practically all of them were relying on Yixuan alone. If Yixuan was defeated, the consequences would be unimaginable. The primal chaos was torn apart. The attacks of 4 half-step sovereigns punched a huge hole in the primal chaos, and no one knew where the hole went. However, just at this moment, a loud roar resounded. Then, a sword light directly swept out from the center of the 4 half-step sovereigns' attacks, rushing straight up and sweeping across the sky. Then the surging primal chaos aura and the huge hole in the primal chaos completely disappeared. This sword light directly flattened everything. At this moment, everyone finally saw the situation. Yixuan was not severely injured by the attacks of 4 half-step sovereigns, as they had imagined. However, there was indeed someone bleeding in the primal chaos. That golden blood directly pierced through the primal chaos. This person was none other than the 9-headed Holy Venerable. Each of his 9 heads represented a law, a representation of his tyrannical strength. However, at this moment, 3 of his 9 heads were directly chopped off. These 3 huge heads were grabbed by Yixuan's cheek-condensed hand. Chapter 3807. In the confrontation just now, they were unable to do anything to Yixuan. Yixuan's entire body was covered in a robe. It was the Good Fortune robe. Yixuan directly activated the Good Fortune robe. In addition to his virtuous tyrant golden body cultivation, he had reached an extremely terrifying level. This allowed him to directly block the attacks of 4 half-step sovereigns. He even had the strength to launch a counterattack and directly cut off 3 of the 9 heads of the 9-headed Holy Venerable. How can he be so strong? The Holy Venerables who were watching the battle from afar were completely dumbfounded. They were all spies sent by the various epics to see how Yixuan would die. However, not only did they not see how Yixuan died, but they also saw how Yixuan killed in all 4 directions. Is he still human? How can he be so tyrannical? He didn't show any signs of losing even when fighting against 4 alone. How can someone be this strong? No wonder this martial venerable dared to go on an expedition to the ancient epics. Even if he isn't the Fortune Heavenly Lord, this level is still very terrifying. He is indeed being targeted by 4 half-step sovereigns, but he is also ridiculously tyrannical. At this moment, the 9-headed Holy Venerable glared at Yixuan with extreme anger. How dare you cut off my heads? The 3 heads that had been cut off had regrown again. However, they were obviously not as big as the previous 3 heads. They were clearly a size smaller. These heads were not just for decoration. They contained the 9-headed Holy Venerable's laws. Even metal could not damage them. However, if one was injured, then one's vitality would be seriously damaged. It was not easy to condense 1 head, let alone 3 heads that had been directly cut off. This was a huge blow to his vitality. So what if I cut off 3 of your heads? I will still cut off all 9 of your heads. Yi Shiwen sneered. He did not take the 9-headed holy venerable's threat to heart. Given the relationship between the two of them, it was already a matter of life and death. For people had besieged him, and now they had even been injured by him. How could he let this matter go? Yi Shiwen didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, even though he was surrounded by 4 half-step sovereigns. Fresh blood dripped from the fate sword in his hand. It was the blood that had dripped from the 9-headed holy senior's head. Fellow Taoists, we can't hold back any longer. This kid is troublesome. If we continue to hold back, I'm afraid we'll be defeated one by him, the Imperial Exterminator said with overwhelming killing intent. His entire body had turned into a killing domain amidst the chaos. It's a pity. I've reincarnated for nearly 10 years, yet I've never seen a hero like you. But today, you're really going to perish here. As soon as the Imperial Exterminator finished his words, a gigantic palace suddenly appeared behind him. On the signboard of the palace, there was only a single gigantic word: kill, emitting a boundless killing intent. This palace was covered in incomparable Tao marks and enchantments, forming an incomparably huge world. In the blink of an eye, the Imperial Exterminator's gigantic kill palace came crashing down on Yi Shiwen. Its terrifying aura caused the entire chaos to surge with a terrifying chaotic tide. The gigantic kill palace came crashing down on Yi Shiwen and turned the entire chaos into a killing domain. I'll kill you first, Yi Shiwen shouted. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, he had to end this battle quickly. There was no guarantee that there were other half-step sovereigns hiding in the dark who could attack at any time. He could only choose to defeat them one by one. Dream on. At that moment, the other 3 half-step sovereigns also pounced over. They could also see that Yi Shiwen's strength was very troublesome for them to deal with. The 4 of them could still kill Yi Shiwen if they joined forces, but the consequences would be unimaginable if they were defeated one by one. 3,000 martial Tao incarnations, Yi Shiwen roared, and 3,000 figures flew out of his body. Each of these 3,000 figures possessed extremely tyrannical strength. In an instant, they were divided into 3 waves, blocking the other 3 half-step sovereigns. You want to stop me? The 9 heads of the 9-headed Holy Venerable swallowed 9 of Yi Shiwen's martial Tao incarnations in one bite. It was extremely ferocious. It could be said that Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial Tao incarnations were equivalent to 3,000 heavenly venerables appearing together in a short period of time. Ordinary peak heavenly venerables would be crushed by them, but these were half-step sovereigns. It was impossible to defeat them using such a method. In fact, they couldn't even stop them for long. They could only stall for time. In front of him, the Imperial Exterminator's expression became even colder. Martial Great Venerable, you sure talk big. Do you think you can kill me in such a short period of time? The Imperial Exterminator roared. He only felt that he was being thoroughly underestimated. So what if I kill you? Yi Shiwen went against the flow. He knew that he didn't have much time left. His 3,000 martial Tao incarnations wouldn't be able to stop the others for long. His 3,000 martial Tao incarnations were refined by condensing his own primordial spirit using nomological laws. It was a type of magical ability used in group battles. It wasn't something that could be refined casually. If it was the kind that could be refined casually, it wouldn't even be able to stop them for a second. The Imperial Exterminator's kill hull pressed down directly, causing the entire primal chaos to sink into a heart-palpitating feeling. Even the heavenly venerables of the various epochs who were following from afar felt their hearts palpitate instantly. It was as if they saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood appearing in front of them again. God knew how many living beings had been killed to form such a terrifying scene. Do you think this will work on me? Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The martial emperor's seal flew out of his hand, and started to spin. Then it flew up and started to expand against the wind. It grew bigger and bigger. It only took a moment's effort. In just a moment, it had already grown to the size of a star. It wasn't inferior to the huge kill hall at all. Boom! The Martial Emperor's seal collided with the kill hall. The terrifying collision set off waves in the primal chaos. This time, both sides used their full strength. At that moment, Yi Shiwen entered the state of Human One. His eyes turned golden and looked extremely dazzling. The terrifying aura on his body had increased by another level. However, this was just the beginning. Bang! The kill hall shook. The Imperial Exterminator, who had directly pressed down on the kill hall, felt his whole body trembling. The terrifying power was reflected back, causing him to tremble from head to toe. Impossible! He discovered that Yi Shiwen's strength had increased by another level. This was the most unbelievable part. He could feel that Yi Shiwen was already extremely strong. In fact, he was even stronger than him. Although he was a little unwilling to believe it, this was the truth. However, the current Yi Shiwen was much stronger than before. This kind of aura even made his heart palpitate. Kill him! The kill hall flew back again and pressed down. It was like a huge world was pressing down. This was a world of killing. Humph! Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and directly turned it into a sharp sword. It directly cut the world of killing into two halves. Then, the sword light ruthlessly bombarded the killing palace with irresistible force without losing any of its momentum. The kill hall, which was as huge and terrifying as a star, was directly sent flying. The power of Yi Shiwen's sword was much more terrifying than before. All kinds of martial arts techniques were at his fingertips, and they erupted with earth-shattering and dreadful might. After directly blasting the kill hall, Yi Shiwen directly rushed to the front of the Imperial Exterminator. It had to be said that the Imperial Exterminator was indeed an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. The martial arts of the killing path had erupted with unimaginable power in his hands. However, it was useless. In front of Yi Shiwen, who had absolute strength, no matter what the Imperial Exterminator's attack was, Yi Shiwen didn't even need to deliberate to launch an attack. He could casually break all of the Imperial Exterminator's resistance. Almost at the beginning of the fight, the Imperial Exterminator was already at a complete disadvantage. In front of Yi Shiwen, all of his resistance seemed so useless. Moreover, Yi Shiwen's proficiency in martial arts was far higher than the Imperial Exterminator's. Yi Shiwen could let the Imperial Exterminator's attack fall on his body. However, the Imperial Exterminator couldn't let Yi Shiwen's attack fall on his body. Bang! It was just one move. In an instant, both sides had exchanged thousands of moves. Yi Shiwen's crushing power finally made the Imperial Exterminator reveal a flaw. It wasn't that the Imperial Exterminator didn't notice this flaw, but he had no choice. In the face of absolute strength, some things that weren't supposed to be weaknesses became weaknesses. Not to mention, this weakness had been exposed by Yi Shiwen. Puff! The Imperial Slaughter Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was directly bombarded by Yi Shiwen. It was too terrifying. His body exploded in the void. His primordial spirit reacted very quickly. In an instant, he wanted to reconstruct his body, wanting to resist. In this battle, he had already suffered a big loss. However, it wasn't over yet. He still wanted to counterattack. As long as he could hold on for a period of time, when the other three were free, it would be Yi Shiwen's death. However, Yi Shiwen wouldn't give him this opportunity. Slash the primal chaos! Yi Shiwen's sword slashed down. The primal chaos was directly slashed into two halves. Wherever the sword light passed, everything collapsed. Wherever the sword light passed, the Imperial Exterminator's spirit that was swept by the sword light was instantly vaporized, turning into nothingness. Ah! A miserable scream shook the primal chaos. An unimaginably powerful half-step sovereign had fallen in front of everyone just like that. Many heavenly venerables felt extremely cold. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat. Chapter 3808. The entire process was too fast. From the moment Yi Shiwen suddenly erupted to the moment he killed the imperial killer, both sides had exchanged blows many times. However, in terms of time, it was actually not that long. In just a moment, the killing was completed. This scene shocked everyone. It was too domineering. Everyone was shocked by Yi Shiwen's strength and power. At this time, Yi Shiwen was in his strongest state. This was also his biggest trump card. He had nothing to be afraid of unless a true sovereign-level character appeared in front of him. He was not afraid of anyone at the level of a half-step ruler. Impossible. Although the imperial killer's strength is not the strongest, how could someone kill him in such a short time? Even the fortune creation, Heavenly Lord, could not have done so. For the first time, the nine-headed Holy Venerable felt a chill run down his spine. At this moment, Yi Shiwen looked extremely terrifying. They originally thought that Yi Shiwen would be able to stop them from killing one of them with all their might by conjuring 3,000 martial arts incarnations. That was wishful thinking. If it were that easy, all the half-step sovereigns would have died a long time ago. This was almost impossible. Jade Lord's expression became even more solemn. The fighting spirit of the Supreme War Venerable also became more intense. He desperately killed the 3,000 martial arts incarnations in front of him. All of this happened too quickly. It happened so quickly that they had no way to stop it. It just happened. This is nothing. I can do what the fortune creation, Heavenly Lord, could do back then. Yi Shiwen sneered. Back when the fortune creation, Heavenly Lord, had not achieved the Tao, the ancient era invaded the fortune god dynasty. He faced several half-step rulers and killed more than half of them by himself. The rest fled. This battle also established the supreme prestige of the fortune creation, Heavenly Lord. The fortune creation, Heavenly Lord, who was still a half-step ruler at that time, became famous throughout the ages. All the ancient eras knew that there was such a terrifying existence in the martial era. You want to replicate the legend of the fortune creation, Heavenly Lord? How can I let you succeed? The nine-headed Holy Venerable opened his 9 mouths again and spat out countless laws that swept across the sky. In an instant, the entire world was swallowed up, including Yi Shiwen's countless 3,000 martial arts incarnations. You won't let me succeed? I'll kill you first. Yi Shiwen instantly pounced towards the 9-headed Holy Senior. He smashed the entire primal chaos into smithereens. The aura on his body was burning to the extreme. It was simply too terrifying. When the 9-headed Holy Venerable saw Yi Shiwen charging at him, he looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Boundless divine light burst forth from his body, and the laws of a half-step sovereign realm expert weaved together. He wasn't afraid of Yi Shiwen at all. Bang! An incomparably loud rumble was heard as a flower of blood blossomed in the chaos. Someone was bleeding in the chaos. Everyone looked over and realized that it was none other than the 9-headed Holy Venerate. Previously, Yi Shiwen had used the Sword of Fate to cut off 3 heads of the 9-headed Holy Venerable. Now, Yi Shiwen had used the revered martial seal to smash the 9-headed Holy Venerable into pieces. The 9-headed Saint Venerable retreated repeatedly, howling in pain. Each of his heads was the condensation of a type of fundamental law. Now that one of them had been directly smashed, he was in so much pain that he kept howling in rage. Much stronger than before. The remaining 8 heads of the 9-headed Holy Venerable revealed a horrified expression. Yi Shiwen had cut off 3 of his heads with a single slash just now. However, Yi Shiwen had basically used all his strength back then. It wasn't like what he was doing now. Yi Shiwen was able to smash one of the 9-headed Holy Venerable's heads with a simple attack. Yi Shiwen sneered as he watched the nine-headed Holy Venerable's shattered head regrow. "I'd like to see how many times these heads of yours can regenerate. I'll kill you as many times as you can regenerate." Arrogant, the nine-headed Holy Venerable roared. His entire body was shrouded in a kind of shocking primal chaos light. 9 types of terrifying laws directly rushed into the sky. His 9 heads directly turned into 9 terrifying laws and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. This was his forbidden, secret technique. When facing ordinary strong enemies, he only needed to use one of his heads. However, when facing Yi Shiwen, he still felt that it wasn't safe even if he used all 9 heads. "Sword, come!" Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. The sword of destiny directly flew out and integrated into his arm. At this moment, Yi Shiwen's entire arm had turned into an extremely terrifying holy sword. The sword light swallowed and constantly blasted a terrifying hole in the primal chaos. It was extremely powerful. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen directly rushed forward. In the face of the 9-headed Holy Venerable's laws, Yi Shiwen simply raised his hand and continued to slash down. His speed seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In just a moment, he had already split apart all the laws. They couldn't pose the slightest threat to him at all. When he split apart the last law, he had already arrived in front of the 9-headed Holy Venerable. The 9-headed Holy Venerable didn't expect Yi Shiwen to be so strong that he could break through his attack so easily. He wanted to hide, but he discovered that the aura around his body had already been locked. It was impossible for him to escape. Yi Shiwen's movements were dreamy and illusory. He directly rushed in front of the 9-headed Holy Venerable. His movements were graceful like a celestial being, but they contained extremely terrifying power. "I'll fight you to the death!" At this moment, the 9-headed Holy Venerable couldn't dodge in time. He could only let out a long roar and fight Yi Shiwen head-on. His 9 heads turned into the sky, full of divine law light, and crazily spurted out. Yi Shiwen's arm was like a treasured sword, directly sweeping away the divine law light. That terrifying power almost cut through the primal chaos. Countless laws of the primal chaos set off a storm. It was just a simple sword, but it had broken all the magical powers of the 9-headed Holy Venerable. It was completely useless. Yi Shiwen's attack was too direct and simple, but it was more useful than anything else. Uft! At this moment, Yi Shiwen's arm swept across like a sword, directly chopping off one of the 9-headed Holy Venerable's heads. It fell into the primal chaos, and no one knew where it landed. Blood was shed in the primal chaos once again. At this moment, the 9-headed Holy Venerable no longer had any thoughts of continuing to fight Yi Shiwen. Such a simple exchange had already made him understand the gap between him and Yi Shiwen. In particular, Yi Shiwen, who had entered the human unification realm, was truly tyrannical to an extremely terrifying extent. Even the legendary Fortune Heaven Lord back then was probably not as powerful as Yi Shiwen. The 9-headed Holy Venerable kept retreating, trying to avoid Yi Shiwen's defense. However, how could Yi Shiwen let him go at this time? He had already glanced at the other 2 people from the corner of his eyes. The Imperial Warlord and Jade Lord were about to kill all his martial arts incarnations. There was not much time left for him. "You're only thinking of leaving now. Isn't it a little too late?" Yi Shiwen's figure was too fast. Time laws were directly formed under his feet. The speed laws had already advanced into the time laws. His speed was really fast to the extreme. The 9-headed Holy Venerable retreated rapidly. His speed had also advanced from the speed laws to the time laws. For a half-step sovereign, this was the most basic quality. It was nothing at all. However, his speed was still not as fast as Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen had almost caught up to him in an instant. Above Yi Shiwen's head, the martial honor seal was spinning. Then, in an instant, it crushed down like an ancient sacred mountain. Bang! Bang! 2 more heads of the 9-headed Holy Venerable were directly smashed. He screamed in pain again, but there was nothing he could do. At this time, Yi Shiwen was extremely terrifying when he attacked with all his strength. His arm was like a sword as he directly swung it out. Puff! Puff! Another 2 heads were directly chopped off. The 9-headed Holy Venerable was even more afraid. As soon as he came up, 5 of his heads were directly smashed by Yi Shiwen. They did not even have time to grow back. In other words, the time was too short, and Yi Shiwen did not give him such a chance. The remaining 4 heads of the 9-headed Holy Venerable opened their bloody mouths and directly bit down on Yi Shiwen. Almost in an instant, they were about to bite Yi Shiwen to death. However, how could Yi Shiwen give him such a chance? His arm was like a sword. With a slash of his sword, another 2 heads were directly chopped off. At this time, only 2 heads were still on the neck of the 9-headed Holy Venerable. The time and space heads were still there. The 9-headed Holy Venerable felt extremely aggrieved. In front of Yi Shiwen, he did not have a chance to fight in all the areas that he was good at. In other words, Yi Shiwen did not give him a chance at all. He directly destroyed all of his resistance. There are still 2 heads left. I'll chop them off together. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly and chased after him again. The 9-headed Holy Venerable turned around and ran. Up until now, he had lost all of his courage. He did not dare to fight with Yi Shiwen at all. Stop! How dare you? At this time, not far behind Yi Shiwen, Jade King and the Supreme Warlord had also gotten rid of the entanglement of Yi Shiwen's martial arts incarnation and rushed over on the spot. They wanted to stop the 9-headed Holy Venerable from being killed. Otherwise, they would be too weak. Go! Yi Shiwen roared. Above his head, the martial honorable seal flew out directly. The tool spirit within it had awakened and transformed into another Yi Shiwen. It directly blocked the Supreme Warlord and Jade King. Although this was only the tool spirit of the martial honorable seal and could not compare to Yi Shiwen's actual body, it was still enough to block them. The 2 of them were blocked by the tool spirit of the martial honorable seal. They could only watch as Yi Shiwen killed the 9-headed Holy Venerable with 1 slash of his sword. The 9-headed Holy Venerable was slashed in half on the spot. Even his spirit and physical body were destroyed together.